Um, so, Jason, are you ready to roll the cameras?
Donna, this is Rick. Yeah, we're set up here at the town hall. Jason just stepped out of the main meeting room.
Yeah, should I go or does he have to push a button?
No, I've pushed the buttons. We're ready.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, everything looks to be in order.
Okay, I will start with roll call then. I'm here. Dennis DeVito,
Present.
Doug Blocker,
Present.
and Jack is not going to make it, and Joan McInerney.
Present.
Okay, Brian Blazek,
Present.
Denny Cobb,
Present.
Adam Decker,
Present.
and Jason. It will be in and out, whatever. Tagi Harshami.
Here.
Okay, and Rick Eberly is still with us.
Correct.
Okay. Okay, did I miss anyone? Who's down here at the bottom? Oh, that's Brian. Okay. And I will have to step out for a few minutes, in about 10 minutes. And when I do that, Joan, I'm going to turn the reins over to you. I shouldn't be gone more than a few minutes. Sorry, it was something unexpected that came up. And then we will not be reading the minutes because we have voted previously to defer those. And so I'm going to turn the meeting over to Tagi.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you, Donna. And nice to see both Dennis and Bob. Welcome back, and hopefully you're all well rested. What we are doing today is a continuation of what we started last week, and what we the agenda for today would be continued discussion, review of the options, and also discuss different fee rates, and we will also going to add an additional sort of twist to the calculations. We've been trying to sort of feed you a little bit at a time, and so this will I think this additional information that Denny will be discussing is relates to pass-by traffic. You've heard the concept before, Denny talking about it, but this is a little bit more positive to the fee that we are going to discuss at the end of this presentation. And we will also talk about the structure of the fee. You recall that we talked about whether it is, you have different options, whether you want to use a flat fee, whether you want to use a graduated fee or a percentage of fee. I'm going to just recap those that we talked about last time, so sort of as a refresher. If we have time, we can perhaps also talk about your recommendation letter to the council. That is your last activity, that you will draft a letter to the council and the plan commission making your recommendation. That maybe a few weeks back, but we can certainly start talking about it. So we have seen this process, and we have gone through this, and we are this sort of the last item. What is the proposed fee rate for different land uses at this point? So we will discuss that. And In terms of the recap, you recall last week we went over the overall costs, plan intersections, plan roadways, what the costs were, and what is the applicable cost that is growth related, and that was about 20,579,000. We also went over, Danny went over the number of trips that he had calculated. The total number of trips was 55,669. And I want to stress, particularly for Bob, feel free to stop me and ask question. I know you weren't here. I'm not sure if Dennis, I know he was on the phone, but so feel free to stop me and ask question. And this is what what Danny talked about, the total number of trips that will be generated as a result of growth for the next 10 years.
Tagi, I'm going to step away now. Joan, you have the reins, and I'll be back in a few minutes.
Okay. I'm going to move on then. Is that right?
Tagi,
Yes.
Tagi, one of the questions I was unable to ask, and I know you're going to be coming to it shortly, was the EDUs for single family versus multi. And it just, I'm wrestling with the fact that you need two multi-families to equal a single household. And when you get to that section, can you please elaborate on what I might be missing?
Sure. We had those, I'm glad I left those examples. We can go over it again. We have all three examples that we discussed last week. I have included in today's presentation. Does anybody
Well,
particularly?
my question is limited to only that one section. The IEC on multifamily versus single family.
Right. Okay. Any questions from you and Bob about these two items? That is basically the growth related cost, 20 million. This is the total number of trips generated by that growth. And we go based on different land uses, and this is the cost per trip. So we have the total growth cost divided by total trips generated, adjusted a little bit, but the final number is the cost per trip, $372.64. This is again a recap of last time. You have seen this slide. What is the impact fee? Basically, it is the EDUs times by net cost of growth per EDU. EDU could be a single family home or 1,000 square foot commercial space, and you basically multiply the number of EDUs and by that trip cost, and that's where you get the final fee. We also talked about EDUs, although they are factors, but they inherent in EDUs is the number of trips that generate that EDU, and a lot of times is those number of trips are actually used by multiplying those number of trips to trip cost, the $372. That is also an alternate method, and it's often used on a regular basis as not all land uses are the same under the in one community versus another. We also again for residential, we set the number of trips per residential that Denny had calculated. That was 1041 trips per day. That represents one EDU, and that 10.41 was multiplied by 372.64 cents to generate one EDU or a cost for a single family home. These are the examples that we used last time. I'm going to recap it. Dennis, feel free to stop me and ask a question. Again, this was a calculations for the fee calculations for a single family home. That is 3,879, which is again a 10.41 times by 372.64. And if there is a subdivision that is more than one unit, then that will be multiplied by the number of units being permitted. Any questions for this sample or this example? I'll take it no. The second example, again, this is an apartment building and 50 units. And the way it will be determined is 50 units times by the EDU cost, which is 3879.15. However, the EDU multiplier for an apartment building, based on the ITE record, average trip rates is 0.56. So that cost, that also has been put into the formula, and that would generate the total cost. If you divide the 108,000 by 50 units, that gives you $2,172 per unit cost. Any
Can you
questions about
explain
this?
when that
Yeah.
would be paid? Can you explain when that would be paid? If you build an apartment building, do you have to get approval for each unit before you built the building? Or do
No,
you build the building and lay it out and then apply for individual space units?
Right. The permit, whenever you pull a permit for however many units you're pulling the permit, that fee will be calculated for that permit. There are a state statute, and certainly Adam can talk about it. A state statute does allow payments for large greater than $5,000, but that has to be worked with the town at the time of pulling a permit.
So if you're gonna build a 50-unit apartment building and it takes you, I don't know, a year, you've paid, the time of payment isn't important, but you will be paying the money at the time you pull the permit, and the permit will define how many units you can put in that building.
That is correct. If the 50 unit
Thank
is
you.
one building, I assume you're gonna have to pull, and Rick, chime in, please. You will have to pay the full permit for that 50 unit. But if the apartment building consists of, let's say 5-10 unit structures, and you're pulling only for the first structure, then I would think that the permit would be limited to only those 10 units for the first structure. Is that correct, Rick?
Thank you.
Yes, Tagi, that's correct.
Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna move on to sort of the third example. And the third example is for a shopping center or a commercial development. We have we are we are using as an example a shopping center, and that shopping center has a the fee for a 10,000 square feet shopping center is that 10,000 becomes 10 units, 10 EDU, and the trip rate based on the EDU is 3.81. So you, in effect, you have one EDU cost $3,879 times it by 3.81 times it by 10, and that would get you to $147,795, and that is a fee for a $10,000 square foot building.
Tagi, this is Craig. Can I ask a question?
Yes,
So is the square footage based on usable area or total square footage?
those are the EDU is based on gross floor area. That's what they
Gross? Gross floor area?
Yes, and
Not usable.
that is correct.
Okay. So areas like storage and mechanicals and things like that count in terms of square footage for this?
That's my understanding.
That would include bathrooms too, probably.
Yeah. That's interesting.
Craig,
Well,
I think this is Rick. I think I understand your question, but I think for simplicity's sake, we've got to go with gross square footage. Calculating storage spaces, bathrooms,
yeah.
foyers,
Yeah.
those kinds of things would be difficult at best, although we do that in our parking regulations.
I
Our
was gonna say,
parking
we already do that
regulations
for
are
our parking
based on
regulations. Yeah.
our net square footage. But Tagi, I had a question sort of related as well. I just met with a developer yesterday who might be interested in doing an 8,000 square foot commercial building with one known user. Now, the trips generated can be different based on the users, but when we don't know who the end users are going to be, we're going to have to just use the square footage, correct?
That's correct. But you will need to assign a use or a general use for it. I assume that is, other words, if it is an office, you can't say, well, this is going to be office or a retail commercial.
Right. Well, this one in particular is 8,000, like I say, 8,000 square feet. 3,000 square feet would be occupied by the owner who owns some nail salons in the area, but the other 5,000 square feet would be leased out. And I guess it's similar to what Sophie Panagakis has done with Arcadia Center. She's going to have 18 units there overall. It's retail. But I suppose she could have some professional office in there. Now, granted, that doesn't apply, I understand, because that building's already up and being built. But just for future reference, when somebody's building a commercial building that is a spec building, we're going to have to assign it, like you said, just one general use for the total square footage, because we're not going to know the end users.
Yes, those are, we are getting into a lot of details, and we have talked about it. I think I talked about it last time. The calculations could get complicated, especially if it is mixed use. The sample, the example you just gave, it appears that maybe 3,000 square feet of that building, 8,000, can be classified as office, which is a different rate than the retail section. So somebody's gonna have to calculate that for the fee determination.
Right, but again, if it's a spec building or spec space, we're gonna have to use I guess for lack of a better term, a default category in order to assign this the road impact fee,
Right,
to calculate it, I
Right.
mean. Okay.
right. Okay, that's
This is Dennis. Is there any way to,
go ahead, Dennis.
is there any way to approximate what percentage of a total building's cost this would be? I know it depends on a lot of factors, but generally speaking, is this a large percentage?
We do have, when we get a couple of slides down, we have done, both myself and Dennis have done sort of calculations of the percentage of the cost that we can share with you.
Rick, let me ask a
Thank you.
question. How big would you say Aldi is?
Aldi, anywhere from 10 to 12, 13,000, I would think.
That's how big Aldi is?
Yeah.
Okay.
Although I've seen some that are much smaller, I should say.
And do we know what the cost of the construction was roughly on that?
Dennis, feel free to chime in. I would think that an Aldi's cost would be anywhere from 130 to 140 per square foot. Dennis, any thoughts on that? Denny?
Or Rick, do you know a ballpark estimate of how much the cost of that construction was?
Well, if we use Tagi's $140 a square foot and take that times a 10,000 square foot shopping center, that's $1,400,000, and this fee is $147,000. That's better than 10% of the cost of construction.
I don't know if it's appropriate to bring up the question at this moment, but Adam, this is the problem we face with credits. In other words, we would have to have an economic development contract that could try and compensate for the $147,795, being that seems prohibitive. And I'm sure Craig's probably thinking the same thing. My first reaction is, how do we go about compensating for this fee without there is no such thing as a waiver, and you surely can't take an exception to the actual fee being calculated because we're using all the proper numbers and all the proper criteria. However, we are not going to get them to build this Aldi's for, let's say, $148,000 being added to the fee. So if we want to bring it down to, say, 75,000 or 90,000, how do we go about doing that with the statute the way it's written?
So, as we've talked about previously, the statute provides a couple of mechanisms for an owner developer to seek an adjustment of the impact fee that's calculated by the town.
I understand that by appealing. However, that's why I made the comment that if it's calculated correctly, okay, and the fee comes up 148 grand. If the statute says they can go to appeal and the appeal board can say, yeah, the calculation's off by $10,000. So we're down to 100, instead of 148, it's 138. My point is that's still prohibitive. And so I don't feel that the appeal mechanism makes enough impact to be able to sell the development to that builder, that commercial operator. That's not enough consideration to get them to build in St. John.
Right. So now I think you're focusing on what would be considered a waiver outside of the context of the statute. And as I've indicated, there's nothing in the statute that provides for waivers of the fee. However, I'm aware that the few towns that have adopted impact fees, and particularly road impact fees, have entered into agreements with owners and developers whereby the owner developer will make certain commitments to the development, and that can take many different shapes and forms and methods. And in exchange, the town or the city will agree to waive impact fees. And so those are typically embodied in written agreements that would be entered into between the owner developer and the town council.
That's the point I'm trying to make, is where can the town council get involved with the economic development commitment and the contract to compensate for this fee without naming the fee directly. In other words, the statute says the appeal board has to be able to cut the fee and nobody else. That keeps the town council out of the mix, or the economic development committee, whatever you want to call us. But at the same time, if we want to cut this fee in half and go down to 90 grand, we're going to have to compensate somehow. And I didn't want to use the word waiver. I've tried to stay away from that because I feel that it would be some kind of credit of some sort, whether, however you apply it, we want to cut the fee by 50 grand. So therefore, the economic development agreement would somehow give them $50,000 of credit, which they could apply themselves. They could pay the 148 and they would have the 50 in their back pocket that we already agreed to.
I mean, Brian,
Brian, this is Dennis. I'm concerned. I look at the road impact fee as the cost. I'm sorry. I look at the road impact fee as the cost of admission to have a building in St. John. If you're talking about diluting this fee selectively on a building here or there, you're diluting the entire formulation that got us here in the first place. I understand you're talking about a big number, and I also understand that may deter some development. But we're adding a fee. So to selectively, I've been told that we can't dictate what kind of businesses we have. I've been told how limited we all are. And now you're trying to find a way to reduce this fee to encourage development. Why have the fee? It's here to provide for roads and structures.
The fee,
it's a concept.
I understand that, but if the fee,
what you just said, because
you're not going to be able to develop.
If the fee's too big, the company won't come.
That's true. And if you want them here, say you want a restaurant, say you want a store, and you want it
Put the
here,
fee on.
So is Craig still on? Because I thought Craig was going to have a conversation with somebody from Noblesville, the Noblesville planner, to talk with them about this very issue and how they handle that.
Yeah, can I just interject one thing? I think the process you have seen it. What I'd like to do is go through this. At the end of this, we're going to share a couple other pieces of information that would impact the fee that you would need to be aware of, and then you will have as much time as you want to discuss it. But I think I want to share this other information with you, and before we get sort of carried into basically the final fee conversations. Is that okay with everybody?
Yes,
Because I think we are getting distracted.
yeah.
Okay, great. I really appreciate. I was just getting in this sample again. The top part of it, the white part of it, that if you're looking at the screen, that shows using the EDU method. The blue section on the bottom is using an actual trip per 1,000 square foot method. At the end of the day, you're still gonna come with the same number. The difference in this alternate method is that number of trips per 1,000 EDU, per 1,000 square feet is subject to adjustment. If a specific development comes in and says, I am not going to produce 39.66 trips per day, this is my actual traffic study, and therefore you need to adjust my rate, and this is the time to do it, and this is the methodology that is used to figure out that number, which I assume it will be much less than what you're seeing here due to a lower number of trips. Uh, uh, so that's the example. I want to make sure everybody understands it, particularly Bob and Dennis that weren't there last week. And so we basically, for commercial uses, we can use two methods. One, the other method, the alternate method, gives a little bit more opportunity for the developer to challenge the EDU numbers or the trip rate numbers set up by ITE. Okay, we also talked about different fee method, and I think I'm just repeating this from what we discussed, but I think it would be good for you to refresh, and because this is basically what we want to talk about today, is what are the options for fee? Your basic option is to set up a flat rate. Per EDU would be $38.79.15, or an actual trip cost of $372. These are related. And if you set up that option, again, your EDU cost is $3,879, and for different uses, that is what you get for different rates. And Rick, you raised that sort of general question. This could be one of those methodology you may want to look at in terms of different types of commercials, and it gives you the EDU that you can make a calculation. This particular table shows 100% flat rate for based on these different zoning districts.
But Taggy, can I just get one clarification?
Yeah.
So the EDU factor, the only reason where square footage, the 1,000 square footage comes in is on commercial, correct?
That's correct.
I mean, for a house,
Commercial and
residential,
Commercial and industrial.
yeah. So for a house, it just doesn't matter. The house, single family or multifamily, the square footage is immaterial to the calculation.
Right. It's a unit
Okay.
based.
Yes,
But
okay, thank you.
Yeah, I do want to sort of make a little bit this a little bit more complicated. The ITE does propose for certain residential uses like uses such as convalescent homes. They do propose using the number of occupied beds, and which reduces the rate significantly. But that's a sort of very exception type. Now, so that was the flat one. There is the second option that you have is a fraction based. It's often used. And in that option, you basically select a percentage of the total or the percentage of the base. In this particular example, we have used a 50% example. And that would be the rate per EDU that you would charge. Another method is what's called a graduated rate, and that is that every year you start with a base, whatever percentage it is, and every year you add to it. In this particular example, I have put there you start at 25%, let's say year one, and go to 75. You could start at 50 and go to 100 by fifth year. That's your decision, but that is a methodology that that is used. And the way it is, this is often preferred in some communities that we have seen because it sort of introduces the concept gradually and makes the pain less on the first year, and so that is mostly the logic for it. That's a recap of what we have already talked. Let me go back here. Any questions about these options that you have? Because you're gonna have to make that decision.
This is Doug. I have a question.
Yes.
Can you do the fee option different for like residential? You do a 50% decrease. Commercial, you do a 25%.
No,
rate,
yeah, because it is EDU based on the EDU. No, you set your rate based on the trip cost, and then you multiply that. No, that's not how it is done.
Guess one more question then.
Mm-hmm.
If we go, let's say 2 years from now, and we have a new house built, they paid a fee, new homeowner comes in, we have a commercial building go up, paid a fee. Now, when that homeowner goes to that new commercial building, are we like double charging for that trip?
You want to elaborate on your question? I'm not sure if I fully understand it.
Okay, say you have 2 years from now, the fees both for residential and commercial is initiated. So a homeowner comes in and to a new house, they had to pay the impact fee. He now travels to a new business that paid an impact fee. So, but that's one trip. But I'm assuming they each, I mean, are we charging double because now that commercial unit paid a fee for that trip, and the homeowner's paying a fee for that trip?
I'm gonna rephrase your question. Let me make sure that everybody understands it. What you're asking, somebody buys a home and as a part of purchase of that home, paying fees, which is fine, as the first home. This person moves on to a second home 2 years later, do they have to still pay fee? And
No,
for that new home? The answer
No,
would be yes.
That's not it. Again, a single family house calculated is so many trips, right?
Right.
Okay. And a commercial business is calculated based on trips. But a home based on, from going from home to that new business, or somehow we double charging for that? I mean, that's one trip, but they're each paying for that trip, aren't they?
Tagi, can I jump in here?
Yes. I was gonna just say, do understand it better. We are not converting a building. Yeah, go ahead then.
Okay, when we develop the trip generations and then the distributions of those traffic, we looked at the traffic patterns now. Some percentage of the new residential will be businesses in town, and some percentage of it will be the businesses out of town. So when we did all of the analysis, we double checked to make sure that the traffic generated at the businesses were not double counting the residents. And I think we've done a pretty good job of eliminating that. So the answer to your question is no, we're not double charging.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Lenny. So this is the graduated rate. Everybody understand? You basically looking at these options. You can set the fee at the graduated rate. You can set the fee as a percentage. You can set the fee as just a flat fee. So now I want you to look at these other communities that we have that in Indiana that they have the impact fee. And a couple of comments about this table. When you look at cost per trip for these communities, I believe Fisher is the only community that shows the $299 as 100%. In other words, they're using the flat fee. And the other communities are using a lower fee than what they actually calculated. And in the case of St. John, the calculated fee at 100% is $372. So compare the St. John rate with these communities. Although when you look at Westfield, the full rate for Westfield is $337. That's less than what St. John is. What the trip cost for St. John indicates is basically the degree of need in the town for transportation improvements. Nonetheless, all of these communities are there, and you can compare the two. On the right column, we are showing basically what is one EDU or a single family rate in Fisher, Zionsville, Noblesville, and Westfield. in the case of Zionsville, according to the online documents, they have gone through an update and they did not change the rate. In other words, that rate is, I believe, maybe 7-8 years old. And in the case of Westfield, they have set up a graduated rate on a yearly basis, and right now the 299 that they have is on their third year, I believe, and for this period they are going to go up to $337 at the fifth year. One interesting note about Westfield is they basically they are adding something like $15 every year, and no rhyme or reason, but that's what their decision has been, evidently. So this is for you, I think, to compare, and and then hopefully you can make a decision later on. Does anybody have any questions about this? I know that Joan, you asked about conversations that Craig had with Sarah Reed in Noblesville. Craig, are you still online, or I don't know if he's...
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, you want to just then brief people? You recall that we talked about Noblesville used to have 4 different zones, and Craig talked to them, and you will get his sort of take.
Oh, we're not hearing you, Craig. Your mic's off.
Oh, I'm sorry. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Sorry, I must have bumped the mute button on accident. So I spoke with Sarah Reed, who's the planning director for Noblesville. Her office collects the fee, but they do not calculate the fee. The engineering department calculates the fee. They originally had, Tagi, do you remember how many zones? I know it was multiple.
4 different zones.
Okay, yeah, it was like northeast, northwest, north, southeast, southwest, as I recall. And basically what they said that it became increasingly difficult to administer the fee, the calculation of the fee, having to take a look at what zone a property was in. Basically, they said that they combined the fee for 2 reasons: because it was administratively a nightmare to manage multiple zones, and they were starting to see impacts in different parts of the community and wanting to basically be able to have the entire community as a zone so that they could spend the money where they needed to within their community, because impacts generated in one part of the community could be affected by other parts of the community as far as where people lived or worked or whatever. And so for the sake of simplicity, plus the flexibility of being able to spend the funds where the impact was actually needed, or where the actual projects needed to take place, was the reason that they combined it into one zone. The other thing she said was, she did say that theirs were slightly less than other communities. She didn't say anything about Zionsville, but she also said that they do not clearly and upfront in conversations with economic development prospects, they do not offer incentives with regard to impact fees. What they were doing previously, and I don't even know how they did this. I believe I was talking to Adam about this the other day. What they previously did is they offered as an incentive to pay the developer's impact fee with city funds. So basically they got, I don't know how that worked exactly, but but they've stopped that practice because it is, if nothing, at best, it's clumsy from a statutory standpoint. But they've stopped doing that altogether as well. So that's my understanding. And, you know, they recommended that we only do one zone. And she did say that the fee for commercial in particular, she gave a couple of examples. She said for a typical mixed-use development or apartment building in which is what they're really starting to see, a lot of development in their downtown. So they're starting to see a lot of mixed-use commercial and residential buildings, some other living options downtown. She said for a typical project downtown, the impact fee is about $500,000. And that's, you know, that's a big amount. So anyway, so that's kind of the feedback I got from her. She also gave me the contact information for the city engineer if we needed to get additional information on how they calculate the fee, that sort of thing. But I believe, you know, we have their information. So as far as that's concerned, you know, that's what they do. But that was the perspective that she gave me from, you know, Noblesville.
So when you say that was $500,000, did she indicate whether or not that had been a deterrent at all?
That was going to be my question as well.
Okay, we can't equate ourselves to Noblesville. Noblesville has 100,000 people, for one thing. It's one of the fastest growing communities on the edge of Indianapolis. It's a Noblesville, Fishers, Carmel, and Westfield are highly sought after communities that have very, very high development standards already, and developers are willing to bear the burden of, you know, the regulations as well as the fees associated with those communities. So they're not, I guess, they're not desperate for development. And she didn't say it was a hindrance, but she also said it was a lot. And they do get asked to either waive or reduce the fees, and they make it very clear that they do not do that.
Huh, that's interesting.
Just to understand the context, most of these communities, certainly Fisher and Noblesville and Westfield, they have about 800 housing units constructed in the communities annually.
Some of those communities at their peak had 1,200 housing units per year.
Yeah.
Prior to 2008, I think Noblesville and Fishers both had upwards of 1,000 units
Per year,
per year.
which is more than double what we've got here. But still, St. John is a fairly well sought after community. I mean,
Yeah, I'm not saying we're not. I'm just saying that it wasn't. It may not be necessarily a deterrent to them, but they already have so much development, so much commercial and business park and light industrial development. They already have a critical mass. Maybe that's a better way to put it.
yeah, okay, I see. Yeah, that makes sense.
So therefore, they're not really concerned about stifling commercial development, such as we would be concerned about it. So therefore, they just leave the fees in place, and if you don't like them, you can go somewhere else.
Well, and they've had their fees for, I don't remember how long exactly, but it's been quite some time. They've reestablished their fee several times. So they've been through the process of figuring out what works for Noblesville. Plus, they have a very clear understanding of what's been done with their fees. And, you know, the market knows that, yes, there's a fee, you know, that you have to pay in Noblesville, but they've seen the results of what the fee pays for. So they've got a track history is what I'm saying. That's all I'm saying.
I don't think we have that luxury currently.
No, I'm just saying they have a track record, so they can point to that, you know, when they get questioned about the fee.
Oh no, I totally understand what you're saying, what they're saying. I'm just saying St. John isn't even close to the same category.
No.
Yeah, I mean, we're just very early, right, on the glide path, right? So.
Yeah.
Although, if I understand our prior discussions, we will be tapped out in not too far in the distance. I mean, there's only so far that we can expand our boundaries, correct?
Oh, without, you mean how far we can annex?
Right,
Basically, we can annex down to 125th,
right.
based on utility service area. And that's roughly 10 square miles.
Yeah, and that, I mean, 50 years from now, 30 years from now, maybe even 20 years from now, we're going to be pretty much developed out. Is that a correct statement? I mean, 50 years.
At some point in the future, potentially, right.
Yeah, but it's not like we can grow forever. It may be as soon as 15, 20 years from now that we'll be, 90% there. So we have to keep in mind.
What we'll probably see is the typical cycle is build out and then redevelopment.
I see. But now, well, how does the road impact fee would not apply to redevelopment, would it?
If you demolish an existing structure and build something new, yes, it would.
Even if the new structure was the same use as the old structure? It would not be introducing any new traffic. You would have to
The
pay.
use would likely change.
Yeah, if it is the same, basically, the traffic, there is no fee.
But if you went from residential to commercial, say, you would probably charge more.
That's correct.
If the use changes and the trip generation is different, yes.
Where my thinking is going is we've got a limited amount of time to get enough money to do the road build outs that we're going to need to do. And so we have to find that line. We've got to push it as high as we can without deterring the development that we want to be there, which is commercial at this point. We don't seem to have any problem with attracting residential development, but commercial is the critical part.
Can you explain, please, how redeveloping an existing piece of property is going to require additional road support in town? You're just replacing one building with another. If the goal of this committee is to
higher trips,
right? If the trip generation models change and it results in additional impact, then you'd have to offset that additional impact.
So you're only talking about the incremental change.
right?
I believe
you.
that's correct.
We're gonna move on. What we have done is this next table, that's really, you started talking about it, and discussion of different options and on as a percentage basis. First of all, does everybody see this particular table clearly? I know it is in your handout or in your print, but I want to make sure that everybody sees this table. What we have done, identified the certain number of specific developments that are either planned or common in the town, which Denny has run numbers on them. And so these are real numbers, and we want to go through it and say what that fee is at different rates, different percentages. And in this sort of the orange part of it, for these different uses, we have identified what is the ITE code, what is the average EDU rate, and what is also the ITE average rate that has been calculated. And you can see that from 1041 on top for residential to all the way for a sit-down restaurant at 112 average trips per day. That's the actual calculations. And so what we have done here in this table, run based on these actual uh, uh, calculations that Denny has done, and for you to look at it. So next slide, what I have done is sort of for everybody to better see this. I turned off that first three columns so everybody can see the rates for different activities under different percentages. You can see that again for a single family residential at 100% it is 3,800. For a medical office that's 12,000, and for a restaurant that is a 41,000. And there are some notes here that Danny's going to talk about after this slide, and that is there are some other uh, additional factors that will be could come in play, but all of these rates for these particular activities is based on the flat rate and without the consideration of these additional notes. Uh, does everybody? Yes.
I'd like to ask an obvious question. I believe I know the answer, but at 100%, we cover the entire targeted dollars we need for growth based on our original assumptions. But at say 60%, we will leave 40% unrecovered.
That is
So you're
correct.
talking not only about lowering the fee per unit, you're also about diluting the number of dollars, reducing the number of dollars that'll be brought in as a result of this program.
That is absolutely correct.
So you've got two things going on here. On the one hand, you're helping people to pay the fee. On the other, you're taking away from the need for roads.
You will have to, in order for you to address the road needs, you will have to basically subsidize the town's road budget by an additional 40% or 50%, whatever the difference is.
Thank you.
Taggy, on the figures that you have there for high turnover restaurant, sit down restaurant, ranging from 10,000 to 40,000. Correct me if I'm wrong. That's per 1,000 square feet. Is that correct?
That is correct.
So a basic restaurant would be 5,000. Maybe a McDonald's or a Culver's or something like that would probably be around 5,000 square feet, and a nicer sit-down restaurant could be as much as 10,000 square feet. So you're talking 5 to 10 times that number as part of their permit cost.
Well, yeah, more a typical McDonald's is 35 to 3,800 square feet, so it may not be as big. 10,000 is a little bit too large for a restaurant. That's 100 by 100. That's significantly higher. But nonetheless, you're correct. That is per 1,000 square feet, and that is a significant amount. But you will be, I think, pleasantly surprised. A couple of these items, Denny's going to talk about it. I think it is the next slide, that there are some relief for certain number of these uses that we will talk about. But I want you to look at this. This is sort of understand the magnitude for these different uses. And if we were to look at the single family home as a sort of a starting gauge, is it palatable for you to set that rate at 50% or 100% or 25%, whatever? And then you get also a gauge of for shopping center or per thousand square feet, and what would be a sort of palatable amount. Uh, the challenge here is that you cannot select two different rates for two different uses. You have to stay with one uh, selected rate for all uses.
Well, we could
In
use
fact,
two different ones if we had two different zones, but given the arguments against zones, I think we probably, in my thinking at least, will not go to multiple zone, correct?
Let me just, I don't know if, let me just make a comment on that. You cannot set up different rates for different zones. The zones will be allocated the same rates, but what will be different is the trip rate for those zones will be different. Your percentage is not going to change. It's going to be town-wide.
and Tagi, on the previous slide, the ITE average rate, that is representing trips per day.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Okay. I want you to sort of get this into your in the box of your brain and keep those numbers. We can come back to it, but I want to introduce this sort of the concept of pass-by rates, ITE pass-by rate. You've heard Denny talking about pass-by traffic in his presentations, and we're going to sort of expand that because it does have implications for fee. Denny, you want to start?
Yep, thank you, Tagi. Okay, so Tagi's got a real good slide that's up right there that talks about a pass-by trip, and that many of the commercial uses, the trip is not a new trip destined strictly to, in this case, a shopping center, but it's a trip that's going on its way to someplace else, and they divert or they drop in to the shopping center and purchase whatever is their goal, and then leave and go on to another destination. So it's not a new trip on the road. It's actually so we discount number of new trips on the road by a factor called a pass-by trip reduction factor. And various land uses have various values for pass-by. Gas stations, for instance, have a very high percentage of their traffic is from the existing traffic stream. You're on your way home, you got to get gas, so you stop at a gas station that's on your way. And you don't go home first and then make a trip specifically to a gas station unless you're on double E or something. But for the most part, gas stations have a real high pass-by factor. So the number of new trips on the road are less, comparatively speaking, than some other uses. Office buildings and industrial parks and housing units of any kind have no pass-by reduction. Those trips are specifically dedicated to those uses. So with this, we have an opportunity to reduce the number of, by applying pass-by factors to the trip generation rates that you saw. Um, so this is another way, and I think Tagi, do you have a slide that shows that 60%, 40%?
Yeah, that's our sort of next slide we're going to talk about. I want to make sure everybody understand this, and particularly Craig also, or whoever is, when we get to the next phase of this, that it is fully understood. Um, the ITE guidance has a threshold, and that is for 50,000 square feet. That's less than or more than uh, that. And the way I understand it, and Denny, feel free to chime in. I put this stuff. This is. I think Denny's seen this for the first time. We have had a lot of conversation over the phone, but this thing is moving so fast, we can't catch up. And so I understand, Denny, that there is also a potential for volume adjustment for adjacent street traffics, and I don't know if that is something you want to talk about or not, but these are getting into the final fee determination. Nonetheless, that is 50,000 square feet. It appears to be the threshold for these certain number of retail uses.
May I ask a question about this ITE? Are you now coming back when we're almost all done and saying the ITE numbers can change? I thought we locked in the ITE numbers 3 meetings ago. What I'm hearing you say is that there's this concept of a pass-by trip is going to somehow reduce the ITE number we used, which is going to reduce the number of targeted dollars. Can we trust these ITE numbers if you're going to find variances to them?
It gets a little confusing. I agree. When we do an individual traffic study for an individual, that is calculated on a graph, and we had shown that a few meetings back. And then we apply, if it's correct to do so, a pass-by factor to reduce the amount of new traffic on the road. I did that in my analysis. And so the number of total trips, the 55,000 total trips, includes all of that. Now, as we go forward, if we stay with this trip analysis on an individual case basis, then every user will have to do a traffic study. Alternatively, TAGE has proposed using an average trip rate, and then it's a much simpler calculation. But the average trip rate does allow for pass-by reductions. And so we could use that opportunity, if we wanted to reduce the trips and therefore the impacts on the commercial uses. It's another way to legitimately get that number down to where it's a little bit more palatable. I guess that's another way of putting it.
I didn't realize that was the goal.
I think that there's a concern about the 100% rate, and you can elect not to apply and go strictly with the 100% rate. Now, I want to caution that in the shopping center code, the average trip rates for retail developments of 400,000 square feet and less underestimates the amount of traffic. And so if you would use the average trip rates and everything would develop out as we have shown, not discounting the average trip rates for pass-by traffic, you'll collect about 2.4 million, or about 10 or 12% less than you need for the full 20.5 million or 20.7 million for your collection. But the trade-off is it's a much easier process for the applicant to do. So just kind of keep that in the back of your mind as we go forward, that if we're using the average trip rate, we're already going to be collecting about 10 or 12% less for the impact fee than what the trips would generate in need.
So this is just an observation. One of the groups that I work with is the Economic Development Committee, and I know that some of the residents in town, as well as the Economic Development Committee, have a goal of getting additional sit-down restaurants in town. I think that's an accurate statement. That people don't want to just have to rely on going to adjacent towns, for a majority of those experiences. And it would appear, based on the information that you've shown us this morning, that one of the uses that's most significantly impacted by the impact fee would be sit-down restaurants. Am I correct?
Yes.
You can answer that, Denny?
Yeah, just look at that at the slide.
Right.
The high turn sit-down restaurant at 3,500 square at 100% fee is $146,000. So that's a fairly substantial one.
And they typically are destinations. They're not passed through or passed by. People make a decision to go to a sit-down restaurant. It's usually a destination. It's more often than not a destination.
I think in about 40% of the time it is a pass-by trip, if I remember correctly from the individual tables. So there's a significant amount of traffic that is going to multiple trips that stops at the restaurant.
Okay, it's just an observation. I'm going to make sure I understood it correctly.
This table, I think that is probably the most useful table to you for consideration, with this additional sort of twist that the credit or trip reduction, pass-by reduction that has been applied to. Based on this table, what you're looking at is we've used a sample size of what you see in that second column, sort of your typical size of a development. In this particular case, we are using two of these activities will be benefiting from this pass-by traffic reduction. And one is the shopping center, 820, and the other one is a high turnover restaurant, 932. And so those two items will benefit, while the rest of the activities will not benefit and will stay the same. And so if we apply the 60,000 square feet, the fee for that basis, and apply the reduction, then you can see the fee will be reduced at 100% rate, will be reduced from 842,000 to 505,000. The same as Denny said is for restaurants, that is reduced to $83,000. That is a reduction of 43%. And so that is something you may want to consider. We don't know what the future is going to hold. We don't know what sort of development is going to come, but there are a couple of these items that could reduce the sort of pain for these activities that are in that category of 900, 800 and 900 category. Maybe I had it last time. Maybe I should bring it up so you can see what those categories are. For those activities, they will be subject to trip reduction. And so if you use the applicable column, and that becomes your base, and then you can apply a percentage if you like, and that would be the rate for these different things. A restaurant with 3,500 square feet, if you decide, for example, to set your rate at 50% of the calculated trip rate, a restaurant, high turnover restaurant that pays $41,000 rather than $146,000.
I'm sorry. So Denny, I wasn't quite tracking with, so how are we able to, or what's the rationale for applying this pass by rate? Like was it included in your original calculation when you were calculating trips? And how is this now incremental? I lost you on that. Because you assumed in your original calculation some sort of pass-by rate when you were doing the number of trips to get to the 55,000, right? Denny?
Did we lose him?
Either that or he's stepped away.
I think he's using his phone. I'm wondering if we lost his connection.
Helps if I unmute. I'm sorry. Okay. So when I did the calculation, accounted for pass-by, but there's a bit of a disconnect between how I did my calculation and how we're looking at creating the fee. And that disconnect is using the average trip rate instead of the actual trip rate. And in some of these uses, the average rate is higher, and in some of the uses, the average rate is lower. But the alternative to that is to do an individual calculation on every specific use and every specific site. So and we can discuss that as we get into the actual application of the fee. I think what's most important thing is how much do we need to collect, and by virtue of these various ways to come about collecting the fee or establishing the fee, how much do we collect? Just thinking that the town will have to pay for the balance of it. So it's a decision that you all have to come up with of what that balance is. And what we're providing you is ways to craft the fee and then look at what your potential are. For instance, if we apply the pass-by to the average trip rate, then you're going to collect about $5.5 million less than you need to collect. So then if you go down to, say, a 50% fee, you'll be collecting about $13 million less than the full 20.5 or 20.7 million. So what we're discussing here is a way to craft the fee to get to a point where you're happy with it.
Did he answer your question, John?
To be honest with you, no.
Okay, you want to elaborate?
I'm not
That's
concerned about
what I thought. Yeah.
I guess my question is like, I'm not concerned about getting happy with the rate, because I think the elephant in the room, right, is that how do you satisfy that we need money for roads and incent commercial business to come in, i.e. probably shopping centers and sit down restaurants? How do you encourage them to come in town, right? And so those two things are sort of working in opposite directions, right? It's pulling on each end of the rope, right? We want to get more business in town, i.e. shopping centers and commercial restaurants, but we have crappy roads that we need money for to pay and we need to find revenue stream to pay for it, right? So you have this push pull, right? So I think that is the discussion that, Brian raised, is how, so I think that's a separate discussion, is what do we have in our toolkit to be able to bring more business into town? And how do we try to do that when we're talking about putting a road impact fee on? So therein lies the challenge. What this exercise is purely a math exercise, right? And we can manipulate we can manipulate the numbers to get to where we want to go. I'm just trying to understand the facts of the math, right? And so we decided to use this average trip rate, and if I think then that what I'm hearing Denny say is that, hey, when you apply the average, that average is, by nature of it being an average, some trips are going to be understated. Some trips, if you did an actual, some will be understated and some will be overstated by the fact that you're using an average, right?
That's
so
correct.
Now to get to a more happy number, we're now saying, oh, well, that average, I think what we're saying is now that average for shopping centers and for high turnover restaurants is probably too high. And here is a pass-by rate that we could apply to that average to bring down the number of trips for those two specific land use types to something that we quote unquote think is more reasonable.
You got it exactly.
Okay.
That
Thank
is
you.
one tool that the town can apply for these 800 and 900 category uses that can be reduced, and all of those uses are basically retail uses, which you have been sort of concerned, being the retail uses are located in the two corridors in the town. So this is one tool you can use.
Okay, so am I correct in saying then that for all the other items that are listed, industrial, general, medical, dental, nursing, and mini warehouse, if you were to look them up in a chart, they would have 0 pass-by rate?
That is correct.
Okay.
And those pass-by rates are set by the ITE, did you say?
Yes.
Okay.
Joan, I would like to address your elephant. I see a little different elephant, or different view of it. We have to spend so many dollars to fix roads over the next so many years. We've identified that number. We've divided that number into two components. One that's going to be the result of new growth and new development, and one of which is going to be just normal growth, organic, or things that have to be done because they weren't. And the question becomes, using your own analogy, with all the work, we know it's going to be done. It becomes a question of who pays. Do the new organizations pay, or do the existing organizations pay? And you got to break out some ratio of 100. We would like to collect 100% of what the new organizations present us. But if we reduce it further, we're transferring the financial burden to the existing tax holders. Is that correct?
Yeah. I would agree with that statement as well, yes.
I think there's an interesting conversation, about perhaps balance here, because I think you can argue that a single family house generates its own trips. There's no question about that. It is what it is. But a commercial or, service type of business, you can assume that a percentage of St. John residents are going to be using those businesses because of the fact that we have other towns around us. The impact, I guess one way of thinking about it is the impact for a single family house is pure impact. That's just all there is to it. People are here and they go to various points in town. Their use clearly generates impact on St. John since they live in St. John. Their house is physically located in St. John. Commercial uses generate trips from outside of St. John as well. And so, it's a little bit of a different animal. I think there's a balance. Yes, the retail and service type businesses, medical and, those kinds of things generate a substantial number of trips. But that impact is that impact is also, they're also impacting other communities around us. So it's not it's not like 100% impact. Is what I'm saying making any sense?
I think,
Keep going.
well, are you saying that you can't really put the burden of those outside of town trips coming in on, I'm not sure what you're saying, I guess. Go on, keep embellishing.
Well, it's a combination of, I guess it's a question of, do they want to encourage commercial development? Is there a certain amount of commercial development that the town wants to encourage? I think we're relying on a certain level of that. So there's an interesting balance that needs to happen with regard to, if the fee's too high, you ward off development. If it's too low, you impact the citizens of St. John, the taxpayers of St. John. So I guess there's a balance there somewhere, perhaps in the middle when it comes to it, when it comes down to it. And I think, perhaps the pass by aspect of this helps offset some of that impact.
I think your point is well taken, Craig, and that's the point I've been trying to get across. There has to be a balance, because if you turn around and tell a restaurant you need a building permit that costs $147,000, that restaurant's going to laugh and walk away.
Well, there are other communities around us that they can easily go to that don't charge that fee.
And that building fee, because we have an impact fee, that may not be in Cherville or Maryville or Holbrook. So they go in there and go, well, heck, our cost per square foot has just gone down $146,000 in total. Therefore, we're going to Cherville and build, because St. John, their building permit, the road impact fee is ridiculous. We're not going to pay it.
So in other words, those communities, I'm sorry?
2 points to that. Number one, there's a value to being in St. John. There's a value here, our safety, our culture, our surroundings, what we have. And that's a positive thing. And it is something that should carry some of this load. Secondly, why don't we just put a zone down 41 and say that the road impact fee there is 0?
I can tell you, we had, when we went through this same exercise 3 or 4 years ago, we had a lot of the same questions and concerns, very, very much had the same discussions from what I recall. And at that time, 3 or 4 years ago, the town was just at the beginning stages of approving Shops 96. And I believe it's probably the reason why this whole thing stalled and never went anywhere. There was great plans for 100,000 square feet shopping center at Shops 96. And when you look at the number for that being $842,000, it seemed counterintuitive to pass this thing and have the town investing in Shops 96 at the same time. And my guess would be that that's part of the reason why this thing never got off the dime. But we had all these same discussions and struggles last time, and almost the same exact questions.
And the answers are still the same, Jack.
Yep, agreed. We have to find that balance. And if I remember right, Brian, I think the number as I recall, the number we arrived at on single family last time seems to me it was $2,100, and I don't remember if that was 50% or 40%, or if we ended up deciding to do graduated.
The number before was like 500, and I'm guessing in total, the number was like 575 rounded, $575 per trip. This has now been reduced because of our projections into the future. That's now come down to 375. So there's been a huge reduction because of the planned development going into the future. However, at that time, they wanted to put through a 7% fee. That was the recommendation, 7, and then they changed it, I believe, to 10. Therefore, the 7%, I calculated, and it was like $375 a house. That didn't pay for the engineering that you were paying every year, the 50 grand a year average engineering charge. Therefore, the town was making no revenue whatsoever, zero. It was a waste of time and effort to even put the fee into place. That's why, it basically died. It made no sense. Why put a fee in that you're not going to make any money at? What's the point?
Yeah, you're correct. That's right. And not only were we not going to make any money, we were discouraging commercial development at the same time. So it was a lose-lose.
You're exactly correct. And that's why bringing it back as we have today, we have to find a happy medium to where the residents want restaurants, they want shopping areas and or town center, which you want to draw business to, because right now businesses, and I can tell you, businesses are looking for a lunch crowd. And if they don't have restaurants to draw a lunch crowd, the businesses are not going to come. It's that simple.
So one of the questions that keeps popping up in my mind is, we know that the town is going to have to bear part of the cost. I mean, that's why we've been talking about the percentages. Where do we get to the point where we're putting an undue burden on the town's resources? And I know that's not a straightforward and easy question to answer, but can our current tax base handle a certain part of this, or are taxes going to have to go up immediately, or are you going to have to float new bonds? Craig, is there a way you can give us a sense of what the burden will be to the town, depending on where we set the percentage here?
Oh, you're putting me in a real trick bag here.
I was just going to say, Craig can't begin to speculate. First off, he hadn't been around long enough to have a feel for it. And secondly, I've been playing with the Planning Commission and Development Building for just several years, and I can't even think of the reasoning of the question you just asked.
The only thing I would say is that we would have to somehow figure out how to come up with $20 million, essentially to pay for these projects. And it doesn't take very long to figure out that we don't just have $20 million lying around.
Right.
And we surely can't float bond issues to cover it because that's an impact on the residents' tax base.
But Craig, I believe you just had a meeting this morning at 9 o'clock regarding a bond closing. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right, so what, how much, how much was that bond?
10:30 for that.
How much was that bond? What was the payback period? Was it 10-year, 20-year, whatever? And what is the, what's the annual payback amount? So if, was it 5 million and it was at 20 years, and what was the payback? I mean, I think that'll help give Donna an idea.
It's about $5.5 million.
How much?
It's about $5.5 million.
Right.
General obligation bond, which is basically an increase to the residents. Basically, this is, I mean, it's a maintenance, if you will, in this case. We're maintaining a tax rate that we currently have that would have fallen off. We're maintaining it with this bond. Honestly, off the top of my head, I don't remember the exact numbers. I don't have the book in front of me that has the exact numbers.
I think the term 18 to 20 years, Craig.
Well, it's 20 years. Yeah, the term is 20 years. I'm just saying the payback amount annually.
I think it's around a $250,000, if I'm not mistaken.
I was going to say it's 250 to 300, if I'm not mistaken.
Right. Yeah, it's in the ballpark.
Now, we also have, maximum bond capacity that has to be taken into account as well. So we can't just bond and bond and bond and bond. I mean, there's a maximum capacity that we can bond. So, and then as you pay the bond down, your capacity goes back up and your ability to bond more goes back up. But, right now, we're relatively committed in terms of our bond capacity. So
where in the world would any extra money come from for us to pay a portion of this cost of road improvement?
That's a tough question to answer.
It'll have to be on the taxpayer. You have no other options.
Well, you've got revenue bonds you can do, and that's not on the taxpayers, but that's typically a TIF bond, and we've got, from what I know, we've got TIF pretty well committed, as I think Craig said earlier, for quite some time.
Yes, we do.
Also, to address what Joan asked earlier about, and someone else did too, about incentives, other types of incentives for commercial development, TIF is one of those and tax abatement is one of those. But again, TIF is pretty well spoken for in the near future, and most of our commercial areas are in a TIF district, and you typically don't want to do a tax abatement in a TIF district. It's counterproductive. And then there's also limitations on what you can do a tax abatement on. You can't do tax abatement for retail, for example. There are only certain kinds of uses you can do tax abatement for. So we don't have a lot of tools in the economic development toolbox, unfortunately, to try to offset this fee that we're talking about. And I agree with what Dennis DeVito said earlier, that offsetting it sort of defeats the purpose of establishing it.
Right. But we don't want to shoot ourselves in the development foot either.
Dennis, now to directly respond to Donna. Donna, I never viewed our responsibility to negate a bond.
Sorry, Dennis.
We're losing Dennis.
Number. I'm sorry. I look at our obligation as creating a mechanism based on some very finite formulation that's going to define a payment stream that's going to identify it as $20 million. And then it's not our job to balance that against the needs of development. This is going to the town council and others who add their input. So is it our task to try and balance this load out?
Well, it's what actually happens. I mean, if you go back to the chart that we put up about the communities that have the fee, there are very few communities in Indiana that have the fee, but those were listed on the chart. I don't know if we can go back to that. But how many of those are at 100%?
I guess it's indifferent to me what the percentage rate is. Craig, I'm not saying it should go in at 100%. What I'm saying is our task is to define 100%.
Correct. No, that's correct. You're correct, Dennis.
Can make a recommendation if we feel we know enough about the town and the community. I'm sorry?
No, I just said you're correct, Dennis, about that.
Yeah, and maybe you can send it, Craig, you might be the best position to say this. Who to provide that balance? Is it our task to say, gee, this is where we should split between the taxpayer and the new people? Yeah, with more insight into the growth patterns and needs and interests of the community.
I think we've.
I missed the majority of what you just said, Dennis, because I think you're breaking up.
Hey, Dennis, maybe take your video off since you're unstable on the internet. That might help with the voice side.
Yeah, Dennis is unfortunately using a backup system today, and it's.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm back here. My question was: is it our responsibility to create this balance, or is it those who are more informed about what the future holds and where people are interested in? We're just a small subgroup tasked to identify a number, and if somebody wants to make our number different than ours, hey, that's fine. Am I missing something?
What you're basically proposing, Dennis, is just pass the fee at 100%. What was calculated by the group and what was calculated by the computers. Let's just put through the $3,700 and be done with it. Is that what you're?
I don't think I'm saying that, but are you giving us the freedom and the authority and responsibility to determine where that median is? Is that our task?
Keep something in mind, and that is regardless of what you recommend, and this goes for the entire committee. The last committee 3 or 4 years ago recommended 7%, which was just a waste of time and would have generated no money whatsoever. Therefore, that's a silly proposition to begin with. Putting the fee in at 100%, as it was 3 or 4 years ago, would have made it, let's say, 70% of what our fee is today. So therefore, you add 70 more percent, you come up with $500 and some dollars, 574. You move forward, and all these rates would, go up by 60, 70%. It's impractical. You're going to destroy the growth possibilities, and you're going to destroy the future by saying, yes, we're going to make every new homeowner and every new business that comes to St. John, we're going to take all the money from them because we don't want to bill or have our taxpayers absorb any of the cost, even though they're the ones sitting here going, we'd like more restaurants. We'd like more shopping malls. We'd like this or we'd like that. You have to balance what the public wants versus what you can afford to bring to town. Does that make sense to y'all?
Yes, but I think what Dennis is saying is our first task is to define what that 100% point is, which is what we've done.
Correct.
We are probably out of the 3 groups that this fee ends up going through, us, then planning, and then the town council. We are probably the least informed and least capable of determining what is a good percentage of that, because we just don't have a good sense whatsoever of what the town's
I disagree. I think we're the most informed. I don't think the plan commissioner or the town council wants to spend as much time as we have spent going over these numbers and diving into them. So I would say we're the most informed, and they're just looking for us to make a recommendation.
Exactly, Jack.
So they can take that recommendation, they can raise it, they can lower it, they can throw it out. But our task is to digest all this information and come to them with a recommendation so that they don't have to go through the same process that we did.
That's my understanding as well.
What I'm saying, though, what I'm saying is we don't have a good handle on what the town's capabilities are of paying their share. What Craig just told us was just the tip of the iceberg of what the financial status of the town is. We can very well define to the planning commission and then to the town council that this is 100% of the cost, but we don't have the wherewithal to decide what burden of that should be placed on the town and therefore on the general taxpayer rather than new homeowners. But we need to make it clear to them that this is not necessarily a final recommendation. It's just we have done the math calculations with help from Tagi and Denny, and here is what we determine the cost is. You guys decide how to divvy it between new businesses and new families and the families that already live here via the tax base. And I think that's what Dennis is saying is we don't have the wherewithal to make that final decision. They're going to change it anyways, one way or the other, or they can. So why should we go through an exercise that is just flat out guessing compared to what they can do, because they have a little bit better handle on what the town's financial structure is like.
Tagi, Dennis, can you comment on the typical role of the Impact Fee Advisory Committee?
Yeah, can I make a comments? Donna, I think if you read the statute, and it is clearly identifies certain profession that has to be included in this advisory committee. And for that simple reason that you will have a chance to review this and make a very professional decision, educated decision in terms of making a recommendation to the council. So the council and the plan commission are not, I think as Jack said, they're not going to have time to go through this in several public meetings and come up with a best scenario or best balanced approach. And so it is for you to make that recommendation. And the town council is not, I think I said this the first meeting we had, is not necessarily obligated to fully accept that recommendation, but the town council takes that as a recommendation, and they can make a decision, as you indicated. Yes, they're the final decision maker, but they're going to have to take into consideration of your recommendation. One, I think, other item I want to share with you in terms of the overall, or two items in terms of the overall fee, and we do know the total cost is about $20 million. So if you divide that by 10, that is somewhere around $2 million annually. And you may want to use that as a sort of guide to at least cover that. And one other item, and Craig chime in on this one, I believe there is a sewer fee that was, that will go away in 2024, I believe, or 23. And that would reduce the overall impact on the building fee or building permit. And then, so that is also a consideration. I don't know what that fee is currently. I don't know if Craig, if you know, or
Rick,
Rick would know more directly than me.
do you
Yeah.
remember what the Lawton sewer and water is, Rick?
The recapture agreement
Yeah.
you're speaking of, Taggy?
Yeah,
Yes.
The recapture.
Actually, so that everybody's aware, we probably have 5 recapture agreements that are active in the town right now. 3 of them are actually being charged on permits, but only one of them, the Lawton 36-inch transmission line, is charged on every new building permit, and that's running about $2,800 per permit right now, and it goes up $9 a month every month through the end of its life, which is June of 2024. And then there are 2 other recapture agreements that are paid depending on where you live. They don't apply all over town, but a comment that I wanted to make, yes, there's, Jason is showing it to me now, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 6 recapture agreements, but a couple of those have expired, and a couple of them are going to expire in 2021. But the big one is the Lawton 36-inch, and that expires not until 2024. The other thing that I wanted to I guess ask Denny Cobb to make sure I'm clear on this. We've identified that there's $6.8 million worth of existing deficiencies in our road system now, and some $20 million, $20,500,000 that is our deficiencies based on growth. Denny, I believe I know the answer to this, but we can't do any of the growth work, road work, before we do the existing deficiencies. Is that correct?
No, not necessarily. For instance, if you establish a fee and you start collecting some money, and you build a roundabout at Klein and 93rd, you can build the full development roundabout, and you contribute the amount that we've indicated as local money, and then add to that the impact fee money. But so that's a way you can jointly fund a project. Our analysis assumes that at certain locations, certain things are done in that $6 million. And then when the development comes and additional traffic comes, it is with the assumption that those improvements have been made, and so the increment above those improvements is what's charged to the development. There's only a couple of applications where there's existing stuff and the existing stuff gets built on. A lot of what we've generated is completely new fee. So there's the two are a little bit separate from one another. Does that answer your question, Rick?
It does. I guess I was under the impression that, just for example, a road that in the 10-year growth period would need to be 4 lanes, but in the current condition needs to be 3 lanes. Of course, we'd have to do the 3 lanes now before we could add the 4th lane later, or you could do them concurrently. But it's still my impression that most of that $6.8 million has to be spent either at the same time as the impact fee money or prior to the impact fee money. And if that's correct, then we need to look at that and we get back to the point that Donna was making earlier. what can the town afford to do? If we've got to spend $6+ million before we can spend dime one of the impact fee money, and then we're talking about trying to reduce the impact fee to less than 100%, that's a lot more money that the town has to come up with. We're not just talking about the difference between 100% and 70% of the fee. We're talking about $6.8 million plus that difference, if I understand that correctly.
That part is, yes, that part is true. That part is true. So when we develop a fee and we look at how much income that will generate, and say that income is $3 million less than you need for full development, that $3 million gets added to the $6 million.
Right. That's my point, yeah. So I think that's, and trust me, I'm with Jack. I was here during those conversations 3-4 years ago where we were trying to not hurt commercial development or deter commercial development so much, but boy, if we do this at less than 100%, I want us to understand that we're talking about that additional burden being added to the 6.8 million that's already deficient, that we already have to come up with money for.
Can you tell us what that Lawton sewer recapture fee is, just so we have an idea of what kind of dollars we're talking about here?
Sure, Donna. That's a recapture fee that was put in place originally in 2006. It got backed up to 2009 because the work didn't get done until 2009. But Lawton put in a 36-inch sanitary sewer that takes all of our sanitary sewer flows up to Sherrville's treatment plant. And he spent $3.5 million doing that, and he's entitled to recoup that money over a 15-year period, plus interest to the statutory limit, which is 8% per year. But he has 15 years to collect this graduated fee. And it's started out at whatever, I don't know exactly the amount, but let's say it started out at $1,500 per permit and went up $9 per month throughout the 15-year life of the recapture agreement. So that recapture fee pays him back plus interest for putting in $3.5 million worth of a sanitary sewer project.
Hey, Rick, is that fee graduated on commercial buildings a lot higher than what the residential permit rate is?
Yeah, good point, Jack. That fee that I'm talking about is the same as this impact fee. It's per, in this case, it's per ERU, but it's the same thing. It's per unit, and that's a $2,800 fee for a single-family home. We do the same exercise with that for a commercial development. If a commercial development uses more potable water, let's say 3 times as much as a single-family house would use, then their fee is 3 times as much as a single-family house would use. So it's much the same mathematical process as this is. Good point, Jack. Thanks for that reminder.
So that fee sounds like it's up pretty high by now. It started in 2009 and it went up how much per month?
It goes up $9 per month for 15 years.
Starting in 2009.
Right.
And it is currently $2,800.
It's currently roughly $2,800 per single-family home. And again, there's a commercial equivalent that can be much higher than that. It can be several times higher than the single-family rate.
So it's currently $2,800 and rising.
Yes.
Okay. And right now we are doing road improvements with the help of the Crossroads grants. I think we're spending $1,000 this year $1 million plus $1 million in grant money. Is that right?
We spent about $1 million and we got about just shy of $500,000 in return. It's a long story why that is, but That this year, roughly 1.4, $1.5 million worth of work was done.
The
town-
maximum grant, Donna, is $1 million a year,
Right.
and then we have to match whatever we get.
Right, and we are reapplying for it this year, for the second round this year.
So the town right now is planning on spending, because we know we have a lot of road work to do, is it planning on spending $1 million of its own money every year for a while now? Or,
That's what our current financial plan, our comprehensive financial plan shows.
I
Okay,
was just gonna say, we have more or less mentally committed, the council has mentally committed to doing $2 million worth of paving for the term of our office. So therefore, if we put in $1 million, we have to have it, of course, but we put in $1 million and we go after $1 million in the grant.
right.
So depending on what the grant turns out, if the state isn't giving us $1 million, then we'll match whatever they give us. But I mean that the total you can do is $1 million. So we're gonna try and keep $1 million available for the crossing grant every year, and we're planning on paving $2 million worth every year for the next few years, in order to take advantage of the grants and at the same time best utilize our money to get as much road work corrected as possible.
So that $1 million a year should be chipping away at what was our maintenance, was $6.8 million worth of maintenance work we need? Is that?
That's not maintenance.
It's not maintenance. No, it's not maintenance. It's improvements that need to be made to the roads themselves.
That's the improvement that can be, that's currently needed. But that has nothing to do with, with the town's money. Yes, we could do the improvements with the town's money, but somewhere we've got to come up with the funds that's going to have to pay for that $6.8 million.
So when you say improvements, you're talking about adding an extra lane or adding an XL or a default lane?
Yes, that kind of thing.
So how much money is the town spending on maintenance, repaving, filling in potholes?
That's $2 million. We're going to try and develop every year as long as we can keep getting crossing grant funds up to $1 million. If it comes in, they only give us 600,000. Then we'll only have to put up 600 grand.
Okay, maybe I misspoke. What I was saying is that million plus million or whatever you can get in the grant, that's going towards
Paving.
That's maintenance.
Maintenance, okay. So
Yes, that as Denny will say, he already has said, in order to spend grant money, it has to be improvements as outlined, and that's where his cost came in. Those are the improvements that the crossing grant can pay for and or we need to get done as we develop over the next 10 years.
wait, now you lost me on that one. The crossroads grant is for maintenance, not improvements, correct?
Maintenance. Paving.
Maintenance, right, okay.
Paving is just fixing what's already there. That's not adding lanes, that's not adding turn lanes, that's not adding anything that the 6.8 million or the 20 plus million is gonna cover. Repaving is simply maintaining what you already have, and all you're doing is fixing it because it's wore out, basically.
So how much money, if any, is the town spending on improvements right now?
And by that, Donna, you're talking about the 6.8 million. How much money are we trying to put towards the $6.8 million worth of improvements that we need to come up with? I think that's your question, isn't it?
Yeah, it is, thank you.
Brian or Craig, do you have an answer for that? My impression is nothing.
I was just gonna say, not that it's been discussed, the money isn't available to do that. That's why we're after the road impact fee.
So that money, Donna, that you're talking about is a lot of subdivisions, like internal streets and subdivisions are being done with the community crossing grant monies. And we did some work on 93rd, some of our major roads as well, but it's for the most part, grinding and resurfacing of pavements. And in some cases, full depth, replacement of, like Brian said, worn out streets. But I don't
Yeah.
believe that it's really, I don't believe it's reducing the $6.8 million that Denny's identified as existing deficiencies. Is that accurate, Denny, Craig, or Brian?
I would say so, yes.
So from
Yes.
what I've just heard,
I'm gonna stay
we don't have a choice but to recommend 100% because the town has no way of coming up with any money towards that. Wait a minute. Let me back off here. No, okay, never mind. Strike that.
I'm sorry, can I?
No,
So,
go ahead, Joan. Well,
I mean, the existing improvements of the 6.8 million, they are deficits that are as of today, unrelated to growth. The road impact fee cannot assist with that.
Yeah,
Correct?
that is correct. It's based on the growth that's already occurred in St. John.
Correct. Okay, so I thought that I've heard at the last several town council meetings that there are federal grants that we are going after to try to help us with this 6.8 million.
That is correct. We are applying for grants for 93rd, segments of 93rd, the Klein Avenue extension, and some off-street pathways. There are certain categories we can apply for. That's correct.
and those are the crossroads.
Okay,
That being said, now that being said, there are only certain roadways in St. John that qualify for those dollars that are called federal aid roads. There's a map of those that's available that shows the only roads that are available that you can use that funding for. 93rd, being one of those, our major roads basically in town.
okay, and then the third bucket of dollars that are needed are to cover the growth related deficiencies, right? And that's what the road impact fee could go and try to cover.
That's the $20+ million.
Correct. Correct.
Yes. So there's three buckets of work that needs to be done on roads, and they each have specific streams of dollars that are going to be put against them. So if we decide, if the road impact fee, if it's not accepted or does not go forward, then that $20 million deficit has to be covered by residents, their taxes, federal grants, whatever, but it's not going to be covered by a road impact fee. The town needs to determine where else could it get its money from if it's not going to get it from the road impact fee.
That's about wrapping it up correctly.
Yeah, that's an accurate statement.
Yep. Or we just decide that we're gonna have less than suboptimal roads, right? There's always that option, right? You live with what you have.
That's what we're being forced to live with currently.
Correct.
We're
And that's
trying.
a choice.
You perpetuate the current condition, which is trying to play catch up based on the growth that's occurred.
Yep.
Correct.
Doing nothing is a decision.
Yes, it is. It's sometimes a mandatory decision that you don't have a choice about. If you don't have the money, you can't do the work.
So, but right now, I don't see a choice of recommending anything but the 100% because the town is having troubles getting even the $6.8 million up. So how can we expect it to pick up any part of the 20 million?
Can I make a suggestion? I know it is after 12, Donna. It appears to us that it's going to be a difficult decision. What I was going to suggest that we can go through a hypothetical calculations. Me and Danny will do it. We do know what our concern is the $20 million cost. And we have 10 years to cover it. And to basically adjust these fees up and down to see what can we reasonably find or revenue generate that would cover whatever that is needed for the 10 years. And we know that it is probably even the 100% is not going to cover it. However, it might be possible. There are some lag time for certain activities that we may not be able to implement the minute this fee is in place. A good example of it is for right-of-way acquisition. Correct me if I'm wrong, Denny. Typically, that takes 3 to 4 years. So there is a way that we can perhaps set some process to estimate the potential revenues and at the same time to plan improvements in a way that would, as Brian puts it, balance the needs versus the fee on the developers. Is that something we should be doing?
I mean, I guess you should look at it from the standpoint of we're going to either have to, one, amass enough funds to do these projects, which it takes a substantial amount of funds to execute one of these projects, or two, I don't know if this is an option or not. We would have to talk to our financial advisors, but do a revenue, do some sort of revenue bond based on the fee, that would be paid back through the fees generated. I don't know if that's an option or not. I know we can do that with utilities, for example, and it's done all the time. I don't know if that's done with these types of fees or not, but I would think it's an option. But I mean, still, you would still have to have a reasonable, amount of money amassed in order to do a project, or we would have to commit to doing
what kind of money can you generate?
Right. We'd have to understand that.
But how much is available for revenue? Right, with our credit limits.
That's a good question. I don't know the answer to that question. Because if you have a revenue stream, can you hear me now?
Now we can, yeah.
It may be different if you have a dedicated revenue stream. So we would have to talk to, our friends at Baker Tilly to understand that. But those are the two ways in which we would be able to do these projects. Would be either amass enough money over a period of time to do that, or bond if a revenue bond is an option. But
Well, how would you amass the money over time?
you would you basically would keep it in the bank until you got enough money to do a project.
But where is it coming from?
It'd come from the fees.
From the impact fee?
Yeah, you'd amass enough impact fee to do. I'm talking about the $20 million projects.
Okay.
So I'm talking about, in order to even do one of those projects, you're either going to have to do one of two things: either amass enough funds, save enough funds until you're able to do those projects by priority, or if it's possible, do some sort of revenue bond that's backed by the fees that are anticipated to be generated. But we would have to explore, with our financial advisors, what those, what a revenue bond looks like, if that's an option.
Yeah, if we even have the credit capability to do such a thing.
If we have if they're subject to capacity, bond capacity.
or rules and regulations and, various and three other items.
Right.
Well, just to give you,
So the point Tagi was trying to make is that it will take years before we can do one of these projects unless there's a way to receive a lump sum of money that would be paid back through the revenues generated.
Well, this is the question that I started out with in the beginning. So if we recommend 100%, I should back up. If we do a revenue bond, if we can do a revenue bond, that's going to determine what the terms and conditions of that bond are, is going to really determine what the fee should be. Whether we have to go with 100% or can we get away with less than 100%.
It just depends on how many projects you want to do.
Right. It depends on how big you want the bond to be.
The problem with that is I would speculate, and I don't know for a fact because we haven't talked to Baker Tilly, but I would speculate that your revenue stream has to be able to cover the payback. And how long is that going to take?
Well, your revenue stream has to cover the payback, or in order to receive a favorable interest rate, it would have to be tax backed.
Yes.
So your fallback would be taxes, which is essentially, not that this, I don't know of any cases where this has happened where towns in Indiana have defaulted on bonds, but in the event of default, they fall back on the revenues generated by the town already, which is obviously the various sources of revenue we receive already.
And you also have the risk involved, and I'm just throwing this out at the top of my head, and that is the risk involved is if the economy collapsed next week, that revenue stream dies, then what? Then it falls on the taxpayer.
Right.
That's a concern.
And here's one thing we've not even talked about, and that's raising taxes.
There again.
Yeah.
You want to be able to protect your taxpayers, and at the same time, you want to be able to give them some of their wishes. Therefore, that's the conundrum we live with. Yes, we want restaurants in town. No, we ain't going to get restaurants in town if we charge them an exorbitant $175,000 fee for a building permit. It's not going to happen. So then what do?
Well, I mean, how much do the taxpayers understand that they can't get for nothing? They may have to pay higher taxes. That's a very critical question.
That's what the question becomes for people sitting in our chair. We sit there and make decisions that we can for the best of our ability for the town, and you want to protect the taxpayers, and at the same time the taxpayers are clamoring for we want, and you have to keep telling them, but you don't want to pay for it. And we already know nothing's free. So therefore, here we are.
We do have a example for the town right now in terms of how you use your impact fee funds, and that is in the parks. The Parks Department has had impact fees for the last 20 years, and they have basically collected the fee and accumulated and used it based on what is available.
And they've typically done projects. Typically, what they've done in the past is they've added playground equipment to parks that didn't have it. They expanded parks facilities that didn't exist previously. One project that we're committed to right now, despite it being a little bit delayed due to COVID and grant issues, is, for example, Founders Park. That project is the 50% of the funding for that park that's not covered by the DNR grant is to be paid for by the park impact fees, for example.
Well, the difference there, though, is that people can live without park equipment, but they really can't live without the roads in decent shape. You know, we don't, the parks impact fee, the park people have the luxury of waiting until they have enough money and then they can go do a project. If we want to alleviate the congestion on our roads, we don't have that luxury of waiting until we get enough money.
Well, you're exactly right. The citizens will be up in arms if the roads are garbage, but they won't be so much. Yes, you'll have some, but most of them won't be up in arms if you don't have playground equipment in your park.
Right. Although that was an issue at last night's planning commission meeting, but, you know, it's not as dire.
No, that's my point. You're going to have people complain. That's just the nature of the beast. But when it comes to making decisions, where do you spend the money? If you don't have it, it's not parks, it's going to be roads. I mean, pure and simple.
Well, getting back to Taggy, what you were talking about, if you guys can run some numbers, I'm not sure what your ideas are, but, you know, we need to get a better idea of what the town's resources are.
Well, yeah, we need to talk to, certainly, I need to talk to Craig and also start reviewing our next step in this once a fee is established is to calculate future revenues, and so for that, and also how to schedule future projects. So at this point, we're going to just pick up a couple of these numbers, perhaps 100%, 50%. It is time consuming to do those things, but it's still, we can run and see what we should, what it would come out and how it would address some of the needs, and hopefully you folks then can make a decision to move forward.
Tagi, this is Dennis. We've gone through the numbers. We believe the numbers. We've verified the numbers. If I sit here and say, I'm going to pontificate and say 75% is the right number. And if I raise my hand and say, I go for 75% because it feels right, how wrong am I?
You grabbed that thought right out of my head, Dennis.
We think alike, Donna. I'm getting confused here as to what responsibility we have. I do not feel the responsibility to balance the development of the town against the roads. I look at my responsibility is to fund the road need. I know that's harsh and cruel, and when push comes to shove, I do believe in development, but not in the role I'm playing.
Well, but we can make any recommendation we want to.
Well, sure we can, but what is knowledge that you have that's better than mine?
It is the job of the committee to make a recommendation to the plan commission.
75%.
Your logic is as good as Donna's or Jones or Mr. Walker, you know, right on down the list. Jack, everybody's recommendation is their opinion or their gut feel. Other than that, there is no pat answer, folks, you know? And it's just like when it's handed to the town council, we're going to sit and discuss it, and we're going to have the same discussion we just had. What is the needs of the town versus what kind of money do we need? And yeah, we need $21 million going forward. And yeah, we already got $7 million in the hole. You know, now what? How are we going to fund that? And yeah, we're going to look at it, but the answers are not going to be there, just like they're not here for us right now.
I think one thing is absolutely certain, Brian. No organization beyond us is going to raise our recommendation rate. So whatever we recommend, it's going to be the highest possible rate that's going to be implemented. I cannot see the council going over our rate. We're paying we're defining what we need, and I'm repeating for the third time, the council is just not going to raise us.
No, no,
There's a good chance they can lower us.
I
They did
can
last time.
I can agree with you at this current stage, Dennis. I can agree with you wholeheartedly. When I go to the council, once, we've worked out everybody's satisfaction and we agree on a number, you all agree, I haven't got anything to say about it. I can lobby for certain things, but I can't do the recommendation. That's your job. Therefore, you're probably correct. If you recommend 75%, then it goes to the council and we'll hash it out ourselves. And, we'll have to look at it versus Toggy's. He's going to run some numbers. We'll have to look at Toggy and Denny's numbers and decide how we're going to approach it. That's all we can do.
What to five?
I mean, I think the only other question is that, so, which is a new little twist that was put in it today, right? Is this whole applicable bypass fee. So if our goal is to make sure that, we are educated and aligned with the assumptions that were put into this model to derive the fee, right? And I fundamentally come to, the 3879 number, right? Equal for the fee for one EDU, and then that's applied to the various, building permits that come through, right? Is this applicable bypass trip reduction, is that accurate, or do we believe that that's a good assumption to be laid on top of this impact fee that we've seen thus far? And then it's what's the percent off of that? What percent would we recommend of the impact fee? Because I think the impact.
Sorry, Joan, I didn't mean to cut you off. Sorry.
No, that's it.
I was just going to say, maybe what we need to know too, and Adam probably needs to chime in here, is just statutorily, are the Plan Commission and Council beholden in any way to act on the recommendation of the advisory committee, or can the council decide to set the rate at anything it wants from 0 to 100?
That's correct.
Yes, this is Adam Decker. The town council has complete and full discretion to do whatever it sees best. It does not have to consider the recommendation of the advisory board.
Okay, so it's not like Plan Commission where there's a recommendation made. In certain cases, it has to go back to the advisory committee. No,
that does not apply whatsoever.
Okay, I didn't think so. I just wanted to verify. So at the end of the day, this committee makes a recommendation, and they recommend 100%. The council can decide to set it at whatever 50. But if the committee recommends 50, the council can decide to set it higher if they're compelled to feel they need to do so.
That's how I understand it.
Correct, Greg.
Okay, I would like to take the pulse of the committee members, because we've only heard really from a couple of us.
I got one question you first.
Okay, yeah.
If we go with the 75%, okay, is that applicable bypass rate still, would you still use that, or wouldn't you use that?
I think that's a question for Denny.
I would say we talked about it and let it go. This is Dennis. We talked about it. We built it in here. It's available. It helps the spread of the world sell our community. So I think it's fine included in there. It's going to give up some dollars, but we're better off putting it in if it's available for the development side. Understanding we're caving on a few dollars of road impact.
Yep.
But we're already doing that if we go with 75%. I mean, if you look at that chart, at 100%, it's like for the restaurant, it's 146,000. The applicable bypass reduces it to 83, and the 75% is at 62. Do we need to reduce that more, are you saying, by giving it to by using the bypass or not?
I think the bypass gives us, allows us to take a reasonable reduction on shopping centers and the high restaurants. I think it gives us a reasonable methodology to reduce that fee for those particular items. That reestablishes then the base, because I think that applicable column that we see on the screen then is the 100% with the bypass applied. And then you start from there, reducing off of that, 75% or 60% or whatever.
I'd have to
So
agree.
it's giving a double haircut, a double reduction on those two categories.
I think you need to, I'm sorry, Donna, go ahead.
Well, we need that incentive too, I think. And so I would agree that using the pass-by reduction would work in addition to reducing it to, say, 75%.
I think it's important to note that the ITE, as time has gone by, has recognized, much the same as Rick can, chime in, Tagi, both know this pretty well, and probably Denny. This is similar to parking standards that communities use in their zoning ordinance. We, through the application of these fees, the ITE and the trip generation models has recognized the characteristics of those land uses. It has more to do with the actual characteristics of the land uses and the trips they generate. So the pass by is an option that is allowed for us to use that reflects probably more realistically the true reality of what the impact of those uses is.
You're correct.
Right, that's a good point.
So whether you charge a fee that's less than 100%, the pass by, the aspect of pass by doesn't change. It's still reflective of the actual impact of that use.
Okay, so what if we use the 75%? Then what is the pass-by rate for a restaurant? It's going to be what, 50,000 instead of 62,000?
No, it's 62,000.
Yeah, if it's 75%, it's the 62,511.
Because otherwise it would be 75%.
Just using this.
Otherwise, it'd be a pure 75%,
right.
147,000, 146,000.
Whatever that works out to.
Yeah.
So it's already, those numbers on this chart are reflective of the pass by and a percentage.
All right.
Right, they're already applied. So what you see is what you get on this chart.
Craig, the counter to that is, and I agree with your assessment of the pass by, but you can take that pass by and go back and rebase the entire calculation and raise everything up a little bit more to get the same 20 million. I mean, you can reallocate the pass by reduction back to the other 7 or 8 items.
I don't think so.
No, you can't. That's the ITE sets those numbers.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is only applicable to 800 and 900 code, ITE
Then
code.
we just give away a couple $100,000. That's okay if you recognize it.
It's but I'm just saying the ITE has recognized the pass by option. Not saying they don't require it, obviously, because it's not their base numbers. But the ITE recognizes that those particular uses have characteristics that reflect an impact on trips. Just like parking standards, shared parking, for example, uses that share the same property might not have, you don't apply the full usage requirement for parking based on time of day, based on the shared aspect of parking on that property, etc. it's a similar thing where it's an option available to us to use that you can justify that's based in that's based on a realistic assessment of the impact of those uses.
And that's fine. That's a great use, but you've also got to recognize we're not going to reach our targeted number.
Correct.
Right. But
Correct.
the solution to reaching the targeted number is that the town is going to have to make a decision somehow on how to raise that additional money. And that in the end is one way or the other is going to boil down to being a town council decision, because it's a political decision. I mean, we can't decide, well, okay, the town needs to raise taxes. That's,
You're more or less correct, Donna. That decision doesn't lie with this committee or trying to compensate for the fees generated. Yes, you can recommend 100%, but I don't believe you can recommend 120%.
No, you cannot.
Okay, there you go. So in other words, the 3879 is the top number, and that's it. Therefore, if the town council wants to make it $5,000 a house, then it's $5,000 a house.
This pass-through deal, Tagi, is it possible to tell us how much the road commission will be giving back to the new people by taking these reductions?
No. Because it all depends on the type of use that comes in.
Well, we know all that. We know the ITEs, we know the ETUs and the WTWs, and you got all that. You reduced it by 25% on two categories. So you should be able to go back and define how much we're giving away by using the pass.
Well, the two samples that we have identified that under this sort of list of activities that Denny worked and ran his model on, that these two activities, for one activity, I think we can have a reasonably educated guess that would be, we can determine that, and that is the Boyer's property. We do know that is 100,000 square feet, and we can run for that to see how it impacts. In terms of the other item on this list, the restaurant, there is no way for us to determine how many restaurants for the next 5 years will come to the town.
Well, I can say you're going to lose from 146 to 83. What is that? 60? 63? You're going to lose $63,000 right there.
That's correct.
Divided by the number of square feet. So I can estimate a number.
Well, yeah, but you don't know how many restaurants are going to come. That's only for one restaurant.
3.
If it is 3, yes.
All right, I need to take the pulse of the committee. I mean, given that no matter what number we recommend, the town council has the option of changing it to whatever they feel comfortable with for whatever reasons. And given that we have a deficit out of that 20,000, should we reduce it off of 100%, the fee off of 100%, any solution to raising that additional money it's not up to us. It's the town council that is going to make that decision. How confident are you about making a recommendation now? Or do you want to have Tagi run some more scenario with some more numbers and possible situations of how to raise more money? just give me your feelings about how you want to see more numbers, or do you want to make a decision?
There's too many variables in what you're trying to accomplish, don't you think, Donna? If you don't, yes, we estimated 300 units up to 400 units a year for the future, for the next 10 years. Is it 300? That's what we're using. Could it be 400? Yes, it could. If the economy collapses in November, it could be none. You know, there's so many variables that to even try applying numbers to certain speculation.
Yes, and all of that is out of our control, really.
Exactly.
So,
We
what I'm asking the committee members is, given all of that, especially what Brian just said, being out of our control, how comfortable are you with making a decision now, or maybe early in the next meeting? Or do you need more information to make you feel comfortable with it? And what is that information? I mean,
Can I add something else? This is just, I'm being realistic here.
go ahead.
I've worked for municipalities over 20 years, and of different sizes and all in Indiana, but different places. I don't think there's a community anywhere in the United States, in the world for that matter, that has what we're talking about in terms of the $26 million total, for the current deficit as well as the projected need based on growth. There's not a community in the world that has the perfect scenario where they have all the money they need to handle all that with a guarantee. It just doesn't exist. What that's assuming is a perfect world. So, I mean, there's always going to be a deficit in a community. We're always, to some extent, going to be playing catch up. I mean, unless a community is done growing entirely and, even is shrinking for that matter, it's never going to be completely caught up if it's growing. So I think that, maybe I'm looking at this wrong, but the way I'm looking at this is that $26 million is, in a perfect world, that's, we would have all that money. But frankly, so as far, I guess I'm speaking more to the 6 million that you're concerned about, the 6 million current deficit. There's always going to be, as long as the town's growing, there's always going to be some deficit. There's always going to be some delay in how long it takes to get projects done, and all that kind of thing. So
Right.
I think that's where the flexibility of setting the fee at a certain percentage comes in. There's always an assumption. You can't assume that we're going to have 100% of the funding necessary to cover this need. I'm just trying to talk realistically, speak realistically based on what my knowledge of having worked in municipalities that have, differing sets of resources, differing, conditions, et cetera, growth patterns, growth rates, et cetera. But I just don't ever see a situation where, so you want us to commit to where the $6 million is coming from. All the town can do is make its best effort to try to deal with that $6 million deficit.
Right.
What we're here to discuss is the 20 million. And again, the 20 million is a perfect world scenario that we can fund all those projects in 10 years. So.
And that's $2 million a year.
Yeah, right. I guess I'm just trying to get at, I think we're trying to perhaps pin ourselves down too much.
I agree.
With the assumption that we're going to have 100% perfect situation, and we never will.
And that just adds to the argument that I've been, or not the argument, but the discussion I'm trying to bring up is that we know this. We know it's not going to be a perfect world. And no, I'm not so much worried about the 6.8 million, because you guys are digging away at that one already with the Crossroads grant plus the match that you've committed. What I'm worried about is the deficit on the 20 million, because if we don't recommend 100%, then the town's going to have to either delay a project or figure out a way to raise that 25%. But that's their decision. That's not our decision. So
that's true. That's true. But I'm just saying that there's not a growing town anywhere that doesn't have some road problem somewhere, or some they're not playing catch up somewhere. I mean, it's unrealistic to think that that $20 million is just going to be realized because of the fee, you know, that's going to take care of all our needs. As we go through the next 10 years, new needs are going to pop up, you know, and maybe they'll take, you know, precedent over the things that were listed in this study, you know, so there's to some extent got to be a little bit of flexibility here.
Yeah.
And that's why percentages, you know, that's why these towns employ these percentages, is because they recognize the fact that they're just trying to make the situation that they have better. You know, the growth is likely to occur, and they're trying to offset that impact as much as they can, but they know they're not going to be able to offset it 100%.
Donna,
Right, and they may not need to either. What, Dennis?
I'll go first. I'll give you a recommendation. We got a $20 million problem. We gave $500,000 away because we went to pass through, and we gave another $5 million away because we went to 75%. So we want to recover 15 million of the 20 million, giving the developers some leeway against the full need, and at the same time, being honest and truthful to our established framework and consistent with Indiana law.
I think I missed something.
So your recommendation is 75%
That
of the
logic is-
pass-through?
75%, and I've justified that by saying I've given away through a reduction in the fee for the pass-through, and by going to 75% versus 100, we gave away
No, that's
27%.
So are you telling me that you're comfortable with making a decision now rather than seeing more numbers being chunked?
You asked where we stand, and Taki said he can't do it. I've done it mentally here. So I believe I'm going to go with 75%. I would like to defer that until next meeting to firm it up.
Okay. Anybody else want to give a stab at it? I'm basically.
This is Doug. I have no problem with the 75% and the pass by. The second option I would like to consider would be for using this chart that's in front of you for 2001 for 2021, do it to 25%. Then January 1st of 2022, do to 50%, and so on, all the way up to 100%, using the pass by.
Okay. Anybody
I'd
else?
like to, I know Brian and I, last time we did this, had the same opinion that we just need to start somewhere and get some money going into an account. And obviously we get to reevaluate this thing, or somebody gets to reevaluate it in 5 years. Plus we were all counting on that $2,800 sewer tap fee falling off.
correct.
In 4 or 5 years also.
Correct.
So I would like to recommend starting at 50% and increasing every year by 10%. So 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, or even if we start at 60 and go 60, 70, 80, 90, finish at 100%. And then we would be able to reevaluate it in 5 years. And possibly at that time, you could jump the fee by $2,000 in 5 years because of the fact that fee is coming off.
Yep, the recapture fee is going to disappear.
So maybe at that point, you really make up for the losses that you're supposedly taking in the first few years. But the main thing is to get started somewhere and start to build up the pot and then reevaluate it in 5 years.
That's a good recommendation, Jack.
Yeah, I kind of had a mix of the two, is that I took into consideration that in 2024, the permit fee would go down by $2,800 because of the lot and recapture. So I had actually starting in, right, because this is a 6-month deal before I could actually start. So I had us at 75% and then going up in 2022 to 83%, 2023 up to 92%. so that by 2024, we were up to 100% when that lot and fee dropped off.
That's logical as well.
I'm not too concerned about a permit fee. I'm from Illinois, and I'm sorry, but a permit fee for a single family house out there runs anywhere from $25,000 to $30,000, and they're not stopping building in Illinois. I mean, they're still paying the fees, so I'm not too concerned about, you got a $2,500, recapture fee. I mean, over there, they have a water sewer tap on fee that runs typically between $10,000 and $15,000 just for water and sewer tap on.
For a
So-
residential home?
For a single family home, you're paying
Oh.
$25,000 to $30,000 for a permit. And, they pay road impact fees. They pay fees for a brand new municipality building. I think New Lenox charges $900 for their new building, village hall fee. So, I mean, they pay fees for everything, but, so when you're talking about a total fee of maybe, of $10,000 somebody's paying, it's peanuts to me. So-
Well, you got to keep in mind why people are running away from Illinois. Okay, it's a consideration. I'm not saying it should be anything in your decision. However, all of that cost, all of those taxes, all of that money is why people are now coming to St. John.
Okay, and my 2 cents worth is I'm fine with the 75%, and I would consider the increase year by year after that as well. So I guess we're all comfortable with making a decision at this point. And I would recommend we just kind of chew on this over the next week. And one of the things I didn't want to do is make Denny and Tagi go through a bunch of calculations that we really have no power over influencing. That again is town council business. So I would be ready to make a decision at the beginning, near the beginning of the next meeting, which I'd like to have in a week.
It's Rick. Jason mentioned to me at the beginning of the meeting that he's not going to be here next week, so he's recommending we not try to have a meeting next week because we won't have anybody here that can set this up for us.
Oh,
He's the only one that can do it?
Yeah, we had the other
We're
IT
not-
gentleman we had is no longer with us. So as far as I know, Jason's the only one who can set this up. Craig, do you know any different?
No, the other person that was on our IT staff no longer works for the town. So that's correct. That unfortunately, we don't have a backup when it comes to that.
how is this impacting our critical path? That's my first question.
It clearly impacts it.
We don't need that kind of delay for another week and make it 2 weeks. Nope.
You're breaking up, Brian. I didn't catch that.
I was going to say, we're not willing, I'm not willing, the council is not willing to give up a week for no particular reason other than it can't be transmitted. We got to figure something out.
Well, we could go to, and I think there was a problem with this before, something like Zoom, which any of us can handle. Or if the weather's nice, we could meet outside in the park.
It's possible that either Tagi or Dennis might have capabilities to host something as an alternate. We talked about that in the past. That might be able to be explored. That's the only thing I can think of because, yeah, we don't have any other IT options for the town.
No, I agree with you, Greg, but at the same time, we cannot afford the time to give it up.
Why are we not considering
Which
meeting
is
in?
what you're suggesting. So, I'm sorry.
Why are we not considering meeting in person? There's only 10 people here. This room is plenty big enough for that. Why is that not a consideration?
That's totally fine.
That could be a consideration. I'm not real comfortable with that, but
I'm the only high risk person. I mean, high risk person. And I went to the last council meeting. My doctor said, as long as I'm careful, it's okay for me to be around people. So, I would attend an in-person meeting.
Dennis is in no way able to attend an in-person meeting. I've just had triple bypass.
So that's why I'm suggesting to find out whether or not Tagi or Denny has the capability of hosting this one time so that we can continue the work.
Tagi, can you do Zoom?
We do have Microsoft Teams set up in our system, but that will require that all of you guys to download that one. It will allow us to do presentation and that sort of things. But I do have on my computer Zoom, and we can certainly set it up. It's not as good as the AT&T that you have, but
there's also a maximum time limit for Zoom that you don't pay for. So
right.
I think it's 45 minutes, so that won't fly with this committee. That's why I'm saying if there's another platform that's available that one of our consultants has that they already pay for, that we consider that option.
Well, the other thing we have to consider, though, this needs to be a public meeting, does it not?
Yeah, it's already advertised.
But how do we open it up?
Can I make a comment on that advertising, Craig, you just mentioned? At least the list that Margaret has sent me, the last list that she sent me that I looked at, I don't believe next week is on that list. But
and that's because Jason was not going to be available.
Yes, so that is an issue that I was going to bring up.
So we would have to advertise that meeting if we're going to have it.
Right.
Is there another day next week that Jason would be available, since we haven't advertised it?
He's out all week on vacation.
All week. I know my question about public meeting is if Tagi hosts the meeting, right now Jason's got it set up so that this is broadcasting on the town's YouTube site, right? YouTube channel.
Craig, does it, if we had it in chambers, is it just a matter of flipping the switch like we do for the council meetings, or is there more to it?
I would have to talk to Jason to see how we could handle the logistics of that. Honestly, I don't know. The problem is just that. What Donna just said, the problem is just that, broadcasting this to the public. I mean, we can have a meeting with each other all day long on any platform as long as we all have the software access to run that. The issue is making this available to the public.
Well, now there is the option of, for instance, on Zoom, and I'm assuming somewhere on this platform as well, you can record your meeting, and then we could, at say a later time,
put it out.
Put it on the YouTube channel. If that's legal.
There may be issues with open door law on that.
Yeah. Okay.
Because I believe we have to make by broadcasting live like we're doing right now, we meet the open door law requirements of the state. I think by meeting and then making it available after the fact, we would have to check, but I think we may be in violation of open door law by doing that.
Yeah, I'm just throwing ideas out there, but you're probably right.
It's Jason. I've been listening in. If you had an in-person meeting, all 10 of you showed up into the council chamber, you can just press the button and then everything would work fine. It's the video conferencing side of it that requires a lot of extra setup. And
That's
you can't
good.
use Zoom because in order for it to tie into our existing recording systems, it has to be done from the computer in the chamber.
So basically, if we come to the conclusion, short of Dennis, who, by the way, I didn't know you had bypass surgery, Dennis. Hope you're doing well. I think that everybody else could be there live and in person.
Well, I would prefer not to because I have asthma.
Well,
I have the same issue.
I mean, so Jason, is there any way before you leave to go on vacation that we can, between us and Taggy, we can figure out a way to broadcast something else from the chambers or from the meeting room?
Well, the problem is someone has to physically be in the room at all times. Right now, I've been having Rick do that because he wants to attend the meetings, so it frees me up to do other work. We can have, somebody else in the room, and I can...
Right. If we can figure that out, is it something we can figure out how to get around, just showing someone the steps necessary to run that from the chambers? If we...
As long as we can work on it, we can discuss
There's
it.
at least 3 people on this call, probably more, that want to have the virtual option at this point. And so that leaves us with trying to figure out how to broadcast from the chambers.
when I was in council meetings and I was unable to attend, the other councilmen were there. And I was the only one, and all Jerry and Paul did was they called me on the phone and put their phone down on speaker, and we dealt with it that way.
They were on the microphone. They were on but you were on a microphone in the AV system.
Oh no, but I'm saying that they dealt with me on a phone.
The other option would be to move the meeting to early next week.
Well, Jason's on vacation early next week too.
I'm sorry, early the following week, the 12th, the 13th. Now, the 12th is Columbus Day. I don't know if that's
Work holiday. That's a holiday.
okay, but what about the 13th? So we would have a meeting the 13th, and I don't know if we took the vote then, we'd be done. Is that correct?
But Donna, you're still in the wrong week. It's got to go the week after
The week
that.
of the 19th.
I'm sorry. Yeah, so the 19th. Move it to the 19th or the 20th.
I'm getting lost now. Wait.
She just wants to skip to the next Monday or Tuesday, and they're already saying Monday is.
Oh, you're saying okay. Yeah, no, I see.
I'm in the wrong week. Monday is not a holiday. The 12th is, but the 19th is not.
Jason will be back the following
Monday
week.
the 19th instead. Okay.
Right. And that could possibly be our last meeting. When do we need to have this we need to have this ready so that it goes to the planning committee? When do they have it?
That introduces a whole new conversation because, and Adam, if you need to chime in here or whatever, but that introduces a whole new conversation because of the adoption the process for approval is 2 steps. You first have to add this as an amendment to the comprehensive plan. You have to add what's called the zone improvement plan to the comprehensive plan, and that ultimately has to be recorded, and then you come back through the process to actually adopt the fee. So what the conversation that's missing here is the impact that has on the calendar. There is no way that Taggy and Denny can have the zone improvement plan prepared for what we had originally intended, which was to have this on the agenda for the special meeting of the Planning Commission on the 21st.
But folks, also remember that the meeting on the 21st with the Plan Commission was only intended to be a study session with them to give them a first glance at what you're doing. You were planning another follow-up study session in November, so the 21st is not a critical Plan Commission meeting in terms of decision-making.
Okay, what happens on the 4th then? Anything?
No, nothing on the
So-
4th.
So, it wouldn't be until the 25th, not the 25th. No, sorry, the 18th. It wouldn't be until the 18th of November that this would go to the Plan Commission again for
No,
another study
Craig,
session.
the original,
No.
what we talked about was 2 study sessions with the Plan Commission, October 21st and November 18th, and then a
Correct.
December 2nd meeting at which the Plan Commission would be expected to act on the recommendation from this committee.
And send it to the council.
That's
But
correct.
that was the original understanding, but now that we have been told that we have to adopt the zone improvement plan into the comprehensive plan first, that alters the calendar.
But that doesn't alter the fee. Your recommendation for the fee doesn't change, right? That's just the comprehensive plan that has to be amended.
Adam, can you chime in on this?
Yes, I'm here. I'm sorry. What is the question?
So our original intent was to have 2 study sessions, one in October 21st and one on November 18th, and then have the Plan Commission take this up at the December Plan Commission meeting for a vote on recommendation to the town council. But if, in light of the fact that we now know that we need to go through the process of amending the zone improvement plan into the comp plan, how does that affect that calendar? Does that mean you don't even, we can't start even that process until that December Plan Commission meeting? And then once that process, it's my understanding that you were saying that once that process is complete of amending the comprehensive plan to include the zone improvement plan by the council ultimately, we then go back to the Plan Commission to have the Plan Commission make a recommendation based on the fee? Or can those 2 things be done simultaneously at the Plan Commission level?
You know what, that doesn't involve us at all. Next week or next meeting, whenever that is, we're going to take our vote and make our recommendation. And then we're done, right? And then you guys worry about that mess that you just described.
Well,
Now,
yes, true, but
what I'm saying is we don't need to meet next week from what I'm hearing from you guys. We can skip a week and still get our recommendation on time for you guys to do the rest of it. Am I correct?
I think you're right, Donna. I think that's exactly right.
I think she's correct. Yeah, I think she's correct.
Can I also add, I think, so everybody's aware of, we cannot finish the zone improvement plan before this fee is set. Because there are a lot of stuff we have to still do. And without a fee identified,
Right.
we cannot write those things. And so I think if this sort of scenario that we have right now, in terms of what that EDU is acceptable to everybody, at least we can start writing the stuff. And so your meeting being delayed next week by another week, it is not going to change our sort of logistical writing process too much, although I would like to have it today if I can. Nonetheless, our goal is, and I promise this to Brian, our goal is to have at least a draft zone improvement plan by November, I think 4th or 5th. So when we go to the plan commission for the amendment, at least we will have a dirty version of that plan ready, not necessarily the final. So everybody will have a chance to review it. Making the story short, I think you can extend it, your meeting, by another week, but keep that in mind. We are not going to be able to go to the plan commission until the whole zone improvement plan is written.
Now, Todd, do you write the zone improvement plan based on 100%?
No, we can go certain chapters of it, at least start that one, and then once next week or the following week is done, I think we will. We're pushing it, but we will have the plan ready. I do want to stress that I know last time Rick insisted that he needed the plan a couple of weeks earlier. Whenever he sends his stuff to the plan commission, we're not going to have that.
So what I'm asking is, though, we still have to, in the information we present to the council, you still have to present what 100% is, correct?
That is correct.
So if you're presenting 100%, are you also then presenting a recommended scenario in the zone improvement plan, or are you just presenting 100%, and then people kind of have to do their own math to understand what if it's reduced, what that looks like, or is that presented in the zone improvement plan?
In the recommendation of the committee, they do have the way we write it, and I'm going to run that by Adam when we get there. In the recommendation letter, they can, if the committee decides to set different rates, different percentages, those will be included in that recommendation.
So they would be included in the zone improvement plan then?
Yes.
Those numbers would be included in the zone improvement plan. Okay. Is it possible to just present the zone improvement plan with scenarios?
I'm always cautious about having these confusing scenarios into the public. And
scenarios from the standpoint of percentages.
Still, we have gone through this one round, and I think Jack was there before. It is very difficult for the public, and you have been through it, very difficult for the public to understand it and not to get it confused. And I'm afraid that we may jeopardize the whole thing in the council or in the plan commission.
And also,
but here's the question I have, though, is let's say that the committee recommends a certain percentage and we reflect that in the zone improvement plan, but the council ends up setting a different percentage for their ultimate decision. Does the zone improvement plan then have to be amended to reflect that?
That will be, we haven't done it. I believe that is reflected in the ordinance that will be part of attachment to the zone improvement plan once it is adopted.
Also keep in mind that Paul has agreed that if necessary, we can have a special plan commission committee get together with the town council so that everybody's on the same page at the same time. So you don't have to stick with these dates that you've got set up for the plan commission. If Paul needs to call a special meeting, he will.
That's not addressing I understand what you're saying, Brian, and that's correct. That's not addressing the calendar overall, though, for us to understand the calendar overall. But Donna's point is well taken, that once this committee's work is done, until the fee is established, it doesn't have any work to do. It doesn't have any more work to do, is what I guess I'm saying. So Donna's focused on, we make a decision on what we recommend to the plan commission and we're done. I guess unless the plan commission or council have questions for the committee. But
Doesn't the committee have to do or be in on the presentation for the planning commission? I mean, at least attend?
Well, does that impact what we're talking about, though? I mean,
I don't know. I've not been through it, so I have no idea.
it doesn't really. I guess the point Donna made is well taken, that this committee has a job to do, and that is ultimately arrive at a recommendation.
And then it's up to Taggy and Denny to write it up.
Yeah, once a recommendation is made, the fee is set, then we can finish the report, and that will go out as a zone improvement plan, and that will be attached to the plan commission for amendment to the comprehensive plan.
And that is a process that's set by state statute, and that calendar is going to be what it is, and it can be modified. It can be modified within the statute in terms of what it allows. As far as, yes, you can have special or joint meetings as long as you procedurally follow the steps necessary to adopt, the changes to the comprehensive plan, and then ultimately an ordinance to set the fee. There can be some flexibility in the calendar, but eventually, we're still going to have a calendar that is what it is, but that doesn't impact the work of this committee particularly.
Oh, that's fine. Now that's cleared up.
Yeah, that is correct. And I think you recall that we talked last meeting with Adam. It is, and then I think Brian called me and said there is potentially opportunity for a special meeting. So theoretically, it is possible that within the limitations of notices, public notices, and those things, it is possible that we could have 2 meetings in November of the Plan Commission approving both issues at hand.
Yes, that's possible, as long as it's noticed correctly, and yes, it's absolutely possible. If you have a quorum of the Plan Commission, that's able to meet and it's noticed properly, that is correct.
Yeah, I want to make sure that also Adam sort of chimes in this, because he's going to have to do all of the other stuff that he needs to do, resolutions and certifications and those things.
This is Adam Decker. I've been listening, and I mean, again, to kind of bring this back to the code, the code just simply says that before the town council can adopt the ordinance, the town has to have substantially updated or prepared the zone improvement plan. And so, those steps, as far as the preparation and then the consideration of the zone improvement plan by first the plan commission and then the town council, those actions have to be completed before the town may adopt the impact fee ordinance. So as far as dates and meetings, that I really don't have much to offer. That would have to be coordinated with the Plan Commission. Its president is John Kennedy, and coordinated with the town council. And but that's what I have to offer at this point.
Hey, Donna, can we? I think this can kind of complicated, and I think most of us, can act on this today?
Well, the thought
I
had
mean-
crossed my mind.
I mean, I have no problem with what Jack proposed, going with 50%, starting with 50% and increasing it 10% each year, also using the bypass rate. I have no problem with that, and I think we could get this approved instead of trying to figure out when even to meet. We've been talking about the last half hour about day to meet.
Yeah, I think I think
I mean,
we've
if this is all we got to
I don't know,
do, why even meet again?
Well, right. The only thing I'm going to respond to on that is I like to chew on things for a while and let it percolate through my brain. But maybe we've had enough of that. How do the rest of you feel about voting on it now? Any objections?
I'd like to do it today.
Okay, Joan.
Yeah, I mean, I would be okay with that.
Jack.
Maybe,
Yeah, I'm fine, but it didn't seem like we were all on the same page.
Well, that's it. It's going to still take a little bit of discussion because most of us have done 75%. One voting for 50%, or and then how much we increase year by year, or if we do, is another thing. But did I hear from everybody? Me, Jack, Doug, Dennis, Dennis, John. Okay, yeah, that's 5.
Jack, I would like to hear your proposal again.
I suggested we start with 50 and increase by 10, which I guess only gets us to 90. So the other option was start at 60% and increase by 10s, 60, 70, 80, 90, finishing at 100 on year 5.
I can support that.
I'd rather go at 75 because I think we need to grab as much as we can with the time that we have left to develop this town out, and with the amount of money that we need.
75% with increases?
With increases, yeah.
I can go with that too.
At 5% a year.
I like Joan's suggestion because that really puts it on the timeline of when we can actually start charging, because we can't start charging until mid 2021. Right?
July 1st if we get it done by year end.
Yeah, so that would go to 83 in 22 and 92% in 23, and then be at 100% in 24 when the recapture fee goes away. That's what you said, right? Right, Joan?
yes.
Okay.
Repeat that, please.
So it could first go, because it's a 6-month wait period. So I just said, July 1 of 2021, when it goes into place, it goes in at 75%. And that's 75% with the bypass fee applied, right? The bypass reduction applied. So July of 2021, you're at 75%. July of 2022, you're at 84%. July of 2023, you're at 92%. And at 2024, you're at 100%.
Wasn't that 2022 was at 83%?
Well, I mean, 83.3, I guess I rounded up.
Oh, well, I'm just looking at, that's 8% every year.
Yeah, 8.3% every year.
I'm just throwing this out because you're going to have people that are going to have to administer this. Wouldn't it just be easier to do a 5% increase per year for 5 years up until 100%?
And you'll hit 95% at the end of 5 years.
75, 80, 85, 90, 95. Okay.
Yeah, I was just trying to guard against having a big decrease in a big drop down in our housing permit cost in 2024 when that $2,800 rolled off the books.
Well, 95% is close enough for government work.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, it would be much easier for the staff to have a straight number annually. One other, I think, tradition, Joan, is that typically these rates are set on an annual basis. And so the first year, which will be 2021, that is what's going to be. And 2022, January 2022, it could be at 80%.
Does it go, Tagi? Does it go from mid-year to mid-year? If we pass it the 1st of July, I mean, if it goes into effect the 1st of July, does the next increase come the following year on the 1st of July, or does it jump up to a calendar year?
What I said was this is the other community's tradition. I'm not sure if it is, if you are prevented to go July, but Adam can chime in on that.
I think it's an administrative nightmare to have to remember July 1st it goes up. I think if you set it to a calendar year and everybody knows that for that calendar year the fee increases, that's a much easier thing to administer.
That's fine. I was just wondering what the answer was, whether it's January or June or July.
Okay. Well, it sounds to me, maybe Rick Everly has some input that the first of the year, the calendar year, is probably easiest to administer. But it sounds like
Rick, does the recapture fee fall off January 1 of 2024 or January or December 31st of 2024?
He said June of 2024.
Oh, okay.
Actually, it's December 31st of 2024 is the last payment for the lot and 36-inch sewer agreement.
Okay, that's what I was looking for. Therefore, it'd be okay to be at 95% at the end of the year so that the following year it could go up. The recommendation could be go up to 100%.
All right.
Well, let me ask this. When we talk about reevaluating these numbers in 5 years, does that mean early in 2024 that this process is going to be repeated of what we've done over the last couple of weeks? And in theory, by the end of 2024, there will be a new fee established for starting in 2025.
If you set it that way, you have to remember the 6-month. Does the 6-month rule apply, Adam, for reestablishment, or does it just automatically reestablish?
So I'm going to have to review the code, answer that question.
Let me, while he's reviewing it, let me again tell you what the others, what is the other ways that we do with the parks. Typically, we take the date that was the ordinance was adopted, and that's as our deadline for adoption of a new ordinance or update ordinance, and start the process 6 to 8 months earlier.
Yeah, this is Adam Decker. So as you're aware, the statute says that an impact fee ordinance only takes effect no earlier than 6 months after the date on which the ordinance is adopted by the council. And then an impact fee may not be collected under that ordinance more than 5 years after the effective date of the ordinance.
So therefore, it would go to July 1st, or the effective date would be July 1st then, correct?
No.
Well,
No, the ordinance, the effective date of the ordinance, I think, is the date it's adopted.
Okay, that would be the end of this year.
And then I think the town would have to go through the entire procedure anew once again if it was planning to essentially adopt a replacement impact fee ordinance.
Do you have to go through the actual exercise, or could you just change the rates?
You have to go through the exercise by statute.
Okay, okay. That's what
Which
I
is
was,
part of the reason that the fee is allowed to be collected, or sorry, the fee is allowed to be used to help pay for the cost of the study.
okay, okay.
Now, so Adam, when they reestablish, it's just like establishing new, so there is a 6-month delay no matter what
Yes.
in the collection of the fee.
And
Okay.
there has to be, right, and there has to be an update of the zone improvement plan, which has to be adopted as part of the comprehensive plan.
So therefore, we would have to commence this group, or the new group. We would have to commence meetings so that it could be approved by, let's say, June 30th, so that it could still kick in effect before the year ends and the fee discontinues.
It has to be approved before December 30th.
Yeah,
In
but
5 years.
from what
But
Craig and Adam,
Before December 30th of 25.
yeah, I was going to say what Craig and Adam just said was you have to wait another 6 months for it, the new one to kick in.
If
It'd be
you don't
December,
wanna be-
and it would be December 31st of 25.
Right.
Yes.
Otherwise, you will lapse your fee.
Yeah,
Correct.
correct. That's what I'm saying. We would have to get all the work done 6 months earlier in order to get it all approved and ready to run when the new year hit.
That's correct.
Okay.
Now, you would think that if you have a fee established in your town and you're going to reestablish the fee, the learning curve would be slightly less because you already have a document, you have a fee that's already been collected, you already know over the past 5 years what the building activity has looked like. So it would probably be a little less difficult to reestablish than it has been, substantially to go through this process.
Yeah.
That's funny, Craig.
That is
You
correct.
would hope there's some institutional knowledge.
That is correct if you have the same advisory board.
Oh, yeah, I mean, you would hope there would be some institutional knowledge, in the town, but okay, all right, I stand corrected.
Let's just, rather than going out there on that limb, let's focus on getting this thing passed today, since we are running way over time and I'm sure people want to get going. What I'd like to do is for somebody to make a motion, somebody else to second it, and then if there's discussion, it would happen after the second and before we took the vote. But
Let me ask, I know there's 5 voting members. Does the vote have to be unanimous or is it a majority?
I don't know. Anybody know? Adam? Craig?
Yeah, this is Adam Decker. There technically is not even a requirement of a vote in the statute. So in my opinion, it would be a vote that you're taking today for your recommendation would be by majority vote. It does not require a unanimous vote.
Okay. How critical is the wording on this? Do we need to have you help us put the motion together? I guess not, if it's not.
It's whatever. It's probably whatever's voted on. Go, then Tagi and Denny and Adam can do their thing.
Well, I just want to make sure we get the basic stuff in here for the recommendation.
Can I take a crack at it?
Yeah, I was just putting some thoughts down here. We basically need somebody to make a motion to establish the road impact fee at 75% of the calculated impact fee of,
But Don, are we applying the applicable bypass?
that's why we need to get all the wording in here,
Yeah.
yeah. And then deciding on how much per year we want to increase it. What are we putting the calculated impact fee in at? Do we, 38.79? Tavi?
Yes, and I would also add the trip rate at a $372, whatever cents it is, to that motion.
In other words, be specific.
Okay,
Yes. The trip rate is more important than the EDU.
okay, so should I round the EDU or the calculated impact fee off, or do I need to put the 15 cents in there?
My experience has been that is within your authority, but Adam may want to chime in.
Again, this is Adam Decker. I'm not certain what the question is, Donna.
Do I have to can I round these numbers off? Or do I have to put them into the penny?
I would suggest that you use the numbers that have been presented to you to the penny.
Okay, what are we thinking, increasing it annually 5%, did we say?
Yes, I think that's what we were saying. So we wouldn't get to 100% until 2026.
Yeah, right.
Except that this whole thing is going to be reviewed in 5 years, which would be the end of 2025.
Right. This is Adam Decker. If it's a 5% increase, then the ordinance will never collect 100% if it's 5% per year.
Unless we make it 5% of the base fee. Now we're getting complicated.
No, again, this is Adam Decker. If in year 1 you collect 75%, in year 2, 80, year 3, 85, year 4, 90, and then year 5 would be 95%. That's
Okay.
my point. That's all.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. If we go 5% a year, it takes 6 years to get to the 100% mark. But we're going to be reviewing this by year 5.
Why don't we start at 80%?
Why don't we start at 80? Yeah, that's what I was just going to say. Let's start at 80.
Okay. So 5%. Oh, okay.
I'm a little uncomfortable with 80%. I think it's too big of a number to start with, but I would prefer that we go back to something lower and ease into it, but I know I'm only 1 out of 5.
Well, and we're going to discuss this once we make the motion stuff, then we'll discuss it before we take the vote, and the motion can be changed so we'll get there. I'm just trying to get some basic words together so we have a base to talk about. Okay. So let me run this by you. We need a motion to establish the road impact fee at 80% of the calculated impact fee of $2,879.15 which was calculated on the base, calculated on the trip cost of $372.64, increasing this fee 5% of the base fee until it reaches 100%. Was that clear as mud?
Before you make that motion, can I chat with Jack a bit? Jack, I think I see where you're going. Would you be supportive of 60 plus 10?
Yeah, that was my original thought, was the 60 plus 10. I think ultimately it comes out close to the same. I just feel like we're really going to hammer these guys if we all of a sudden drop over $3,000 on them in the middle of next year. But that my original thought was 60 to 100.
Certainly easier to administer.
I would also support that 60 to 100. I mean, but with 10% increase.
Joan?
I mean, I would like to see it start higher, but there's just a lot of work that needs to be done.
Can I just make one little statement? I think it would be great. Make our lives much easier when we go in front of the council and the plan commission to say that there was a consensus among all members with this rate, with this recommended rate.
Oh, I think that'll be more or less true. Don't you think? If everybody discusses it, everybody's going to come to some sort of agreement.
Well, we haven't heard from Donna.
Well, I've stated my preference. I think we need to bring in as much money as quickly as we can without driving development off. I believe that St. John has become pretty much a target market, at least residentially, and as the critical population grows, it's going to become a target market for commercial as well. And I think we can afford to be a little assertive on this fee rather than being skittish about it. I have faith in the community, I guess. So I'd rather stay with the 80%.
But let me point out that the way it would be worded was the year one would be starting in January, although it wouldn't be effective until July. Is that correct?
I don't know. We don't need to put that wording in the motion, I don't think, do we?
No, but my point is most of the building requests are going to be done by July, I'm sure. Especially if we're putting a rate in, everyone's going to accelerate, try and beat the rate.
Well, that's going to happen no matter what rate we put in.
In year two, I guess year one is going to be minimal anyway. Year two, you're the same. No, you're not. I'm sorry. 60 plus 10 is 70.
Yeah, I think what some people's concern is that initial impact of the fee. But if we look at the numbers, 80% is going to be somewhere for a house is going to be somewhere around $3,000, and 60% is $2,300. There'll probably be about $1,000 difference between the two. Is it really going to make that big a difference in people's decisions to build or not to build?
Oh, in year two it would be 70 versus 80. And Jones' method will be 80%, and what Jack proposed would be 70.
Well, and what I'm saying, we're talking
It'd
about,
be 85%.
I'm sorry, what, Joan?
What I propose would be 85% on January 1st of 2022. And what Jack proposed would be 70% on January 1st of 2022.
That's correct.
Yeah.
I don't know. I just think our road situation is not going to get any better. It is only going to continually get worse with all the new development that we've seen proposed in the last, town council meetings. There is just a lot on slate that if we stand to lose to get started on improving the roads. And that's all that people complain about is the roads. That's the biggest complaint that we hear.
Right. And by reading, go ahead, Joan, finish.
And, Doug's comment of, he's moved here from Illinois. People are used to these high fees, right? And I don't know the percentage of, people that are moving from St. John to another place in St. John versus, moving from Illinois into St. John, or maybe another Indiana community into St. John. But there seems like there's a lot of people moving from Illinois that are used to these high fees. So, a $3,800 fee, what Doug was saying is somewhat negligible anyway.
Well, and looking at the minutes that, Taggy, I guess you sent us from the 2018 meeting, there was, the citizens were all for put the fee in and put it in as high as is feasible. And so it's going to be, of course, the builders and the developers that are going to want to minimize this fee, of course. But as far as the population goes, I think they're all going to be behind it if history repeats itself.
You're absolutely right. At the end of the day, however, you don't want to do something that would push the builders to go and build in the Lawrence Farm, which is next door, than in St. John. And I think that's where the balance and where the thought process is. And this is, I don't envy you. I know it is difficult, but that balance is important. And I think Dennis also made an observation that the first year you're looking at 6 months, most building permits probably, the builders have pulled out. So, and the second year, 2022, you're starting with whatever rate for that second year that you're approving or you're recommending. That is probably going to be the most meaningful start of the program.
You're saying that because in the first year, everybody's going to get their building permits in the first 6 months before the fee goes into effect, correct?
The builder's going to know 6 months in advance.
Right.
What they have to pay, so they are going to come over there the day before and pull all the permits that they need.
Well, how critical is it that we end up at 100% eventually? I don't think it's that critical, especially since they're going to be reviewing this ordinance in 5 years, or in less than 5 years, actually, if they want to maintain continuity. So I would suggest, as a compromise, let's go down to 70%. And add,
How about if we start at 70% and increase by tens, and then the last 2 years are both 100%?
who just said that? Jack?
Yes, that was me, Jack.
Okay. I'm okay with that. That's getting us 100% sooner. I mean, we started out at 75% and then went up to 80 for administrative ease. I don't think we should, there's other ways we can do this. So how about 70% with 10% a year increase until we hit 100%?
That's the last year, it'll be 100%, the last 2 years.
Yeah, the last 2 years.
I think that gives everybody time to get used to the figure, and by then the 10% increase will be minimal, in the third and fourth year.
Because the recapture fee will drop off at the end of 74. So 75 will be a new year, and that'll be the last hurrah for this rate.
Make that 24 and 25. Don't speed us too far in the future, Dennis. Or Brian.
I would be agreeable to that.
Okay.
Dennis would.
All right, well, let me read this out. We need a motion to establish the road impact fee at 70% of the calculated impact fee of $3,879.15 for the first year, increasing the fee annually. The impact fee of $38.79.15, which is calculated on the net cost per trip of $372.64, increasing this fee 10% each year until it reaches 100%.
And the only add I would make to it, Donna, is that for land uses in the 800 and 900 series, the bypass fee would be applied.
Yes. Let's see.
Just for the committee's information, the 70% rate translates into $260.85. That is the trip cost, per trip cost. And the EDU will be $27.15.41.
I don't follow that one.
We basically, your 70% rate, that's what's going to be $2,715.41.
Oh, are you saying that 70% of $372?
Yes.
But don't we need the full trip rate in the?
And we will do that. I think we will do a table with all of these rates, and that will be attached to your recommendation. But I think in terms of your motion, and I just quickly here calculated the 70% for the trip cost would be $260.85. And for the EDU, 70% will amount to $2,715.41.
Well, but we're talking about 70% of the 100% number. I think the 100% number should be in our motion. Otherwise, we're saying 70% of 70%. I don't want to do that.
Yeah.
We're doing 70% of the full fee.
That becomes the effective fee. That is what's going to go into the ordinance.
Well, yeah, I'll let whoever deal with that. Right now, we're just giving our recommendation.
Right.
Okay. So let's see. In addition, what is this thing called? Actually, I don't think we need to specifically say the 800 and 900 series, because if I understand for the applicable pass-by fee, if I understand this right, Tagi, the pass-by fee for all the other categories is 0.
That is correct. And again, that's an administrative work that whoever makes the decision when they are calculating, that is an administrative that they can apply for it and or apply that number into the fee. So it has nothing to do with your decision. However, when Adam writes the ordinance, he's going to reference the ITE as a source of making the decision for setting the fee.
But shouldn't we have it in our recommendation, just to have it there as a marker, so that when people look at the full numbers, they'll know that 2 of those categories are going to be reduced pretty drastically. The shopping center and
the council is gonna see a table similar to this. Year 1, year 2, year 3, year 4, year 5. This is the rate, the recommended rate. That's all they'd see.
Right, but how do we put it? We need to somehow put it into our motion. And I guess we need to put it in as a recommendation. In addition, it is recommended that the ITE applicable pass-by, what is that called? Pass-by.
Bypass fee.
Reduction.
I'm sorry, what, Tagi? Deduction?
Reduction.
Reduction, okay.
Yeah, trip reduction.
Is that the right terminology to use,
Yes.
though, the ITE pass-by fee, or applicable pass-by reduction? ITE. Okay, so in addition to what I read previously, I have, in addition, it is recommended that the ITE applicable pass-by reduction be applied.
Yep.
Anybody want to make that motion? You want me to read it again?
Yeah, then we could
I'll
do a
make the
so
motion.
moved.
Okay, let me read it again. We need a motion to establish the road impact fee at 70% of the calculated impact fee of $3,879.15, which was calculated on a net cost per trip of $372.64, increasing this fee 10% of the base until it reaches annually until it reaches 100%. And in addition, it is recommended that the ITE applicable pass-by reduction be applied.
So moved.
So so move, Doug moves, anybody
Yep.
seconds? Any seconds?
Dennis was second.
Okay. Any further discussion? Okay, I guess, all in favor, say aye?
Donna?
Yes, yes?
Before you vote, can we have assurances from our support people that it's properly worded?
This is Adam Decker. I think it's properly worded.
Thank you.
All in favor, say aye? Aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say nay? The ayes have it. Motion passed.
Congratulations, team.
Thank
Anybody
you.
want to go out for a beer?
Thank
You're gonna have to
Thank
have
you.
it in your backyard, Donna. Have to open the space.
Thank you to each and every one of you. You've done a splendid job.
Absolutely, absolutely. Thank you very much. Before you all leave, another piece of items. I'm gonna develop that table, and I will email to everybody for your review, and once it is everybody agrees with the content of it, and you will need to, I assume, come by to town hall and officially sign it. All 5 members will be on that letter, and then we'll move on. I would. That's not going to happen next week, because now we have the rates. We're going to have to start writing, and so it'll be a few weeks. And meanwhile, we're gonna work that schedule, the calendar with Adam, Craig, and Rick is gonna be gone, and Brian, to try to expedite this process as much as we can to hopefully get the whole process completed before December 31st.
I hate to be a pest. I hate to be a pest, but just a matter of housekeeping and state rule. You have to do a roll call vote when you're doing a virtual meeting. So just sorry to be a pest, but you just need to
So I understand completely.
have a roll call vote in the event that you have a virtual meeting.
Okay, taking a roll call vote on the motion we just reviewed. Dennis? DeVito?
In favor? In favor?
Doug Blocker?
Yes.
Jack Slager?
Yes.
Joan McInerney?
Yes,
And I vote Donna Fasky, yes. Okay. The motion passes unanimously by roll call vote.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Just don't want to miss any. Don't want to forget to dot any i's or cross any t's.
Yes,
Yep.
I understand completely. Good catch, Craig.
Well,
That's why-
Margaret's the one who caught it, so thank her. But I'm delivering the message.
Okay, deliver
Again.
to her.
Again, before you adjourn, thank you each and every one of you for putting in the hard work.
Well, and I thank the committee too, and I thank all of our various advisors who have coached us through this whole process.
Thank you. It's been great.
Hey, Tagi, can you just make sure that this group gets then which meetings, the dates of the meetings that you'll be presenting at? Because I think there may be a few that can attend in person.
Absolutely, yes.
Thank you.
Yeah,
And
let us work that schedule, and I will send the whole schedule, so hopefully you can attend not only plan commission meetings, but also town council.
I was going to say that everybody can be aware that now that you've accomplished your task, it's all up to Tagi and Denny and Adam and Craig to move this forward as fast as possible so that we can get everything done in a timely manner.
Okay, big weight off my shoulders.
You did good, Donna.
Tagi, one last request. That letter that you want us to sign, will you send us a copy of it emailed so we can review it before we go in to
Yeah,
sign it?
as I said, I will send a draft version of it to everybody in advance, and then you can review it. If you have any comments, let me know, and we will develop the finalized version of it.
Okay, good. Any other business before we adjourn? Do I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Okay.
Second.
And who second, Dennis?
Dennis.
All right. Thank you, everyone, for your service.
Thank you.
To our fine town of St. John, Indiana.
Thank you.